Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic day so far. Let's see, we have in the chat, we have Proxy Kevin as well as Ben, let's see, Brian, Northeast Weather, Dane, Bob, and everyone else who is in the stream. Who may not be chatting and is just watching, or if I forgot to welcome you, welcome Phoenix and Caden as well. Alrighty, let's go right ahead and switch over to our main scene. We got another long day to go here. Just now starting out in our enhanced risk for severe weather. Very large enhanced risk for severe weather out here. So, yeah, we did have a tornado just about an hour ago or so. Back out in Waterloo, there was a video of a water spout out over a lake in northwestern Alabama. That storm has since weakened and is still tornado warned, but no longer is observed. We also have a tornado watch out, though I don't expect much from it. We do have a tornado watch out for portions of Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Don't really expect to see much out of this watch area. Honestly, not for sure why they introduced it. We could see a spin-up tornado or two in this area, as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds. But not really something I was expecting to see a tornado watch for. You can see nothing is even severe on that line at the moment. So the only warnings we have is with this singular storm on the border of Alabama and Tennessee. And that is still a radar indicated tornado warning there. Storms are beginning to fire up in Mississippi and Arkansas. We're going to continue to see these storms fire up. And likely they will try to produce a few strong tornadoes today. We even have the opportunity for an intense tornado or two if we can get any discrete prefrontals to get going. The main tornado threat really begins to increase around 3 o'clock, so not but about an hour from now is our peak tornado activity, and that lasts all the way until about probably 7, 8 o'clock today, so a relatively daytime tornado threat. I do believe today has the opportunity to be a moderate risk. You should probably treat this day like a moderate risk for severe weather. If we do get any discrete supercells to get going in this environment here, they may even have the opportunity for a violent tornado. Yesterday went moderate risk for a messy mode. Today is nearly very close to the same environment. very close to the same environment we had yesterday, and actually a better storm mode today. Today has a quite better storm mode than what we had with yesterday's moderate risk area. The only thing that's really different between the 2 days is, of course, the location, and that's really the primary thing. I mean, there's really not too much of a difference between the two setups in terms of like the overall basic ingredients. You know, we have 250 0 to 3 kilometer wind shear. We have 100 to 150 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear, just like yesterday, maybe even a little bit higher than that today. We have a discrete to semi-discrete mode. Could get a little messy today, but probably less messy today than what we had in yesterday's event. And our morning convection, if we didn't see this morning convection sweep through, we would have seen a moderate risk for severe weather today. They would have issued a moderate risk. They said that morning convection and lack in confidence in destabilization precluded a moderate risk at the 9 a.m. update. At 16:30Z, which is the 12:30 p.m. update, they didn't mention a moderate risk, so I don't expect them to do any like last second upgrade. I don't think they'll pull a moderate risk at the 4 o'clock update, but we definitely could end up seeing a couple strong to intense tornadoes today. Definitely a very real possibility, specifically on the west side of this enhanced risk. This is the main area where I'm watching for that tornado potential. If I go ahead and show you the significant tornado threat right in there, really primarily the far west edge of that risk and going on into this region right like that. So this is the entire area that I believe we are going to be seeing the potential for intense tornadoes today, possibly even an isolated violent tornado. There is still the possibility for a last second upgrade. I would not completely rule it out. It is not impossible for us to see a last second upgrade out here across Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. But probably a little bit too much uncertainty in storm mode, and just the fact we had that morning round of convection, it will most likely preclude them from actually issuing that moderate risk. So these are going to be your supercells. Wow, we already have some velocities kicking up here. Just the fact there's velocities is already something pretty interesting there. I don't think it's rotation, but just the fact storms are already starting to have velocities just a few minutes after forming. Pretty interesting stuff there. I mean, for the May 16th event, it took 3 hours before we saw any velocities with storms. So these storms are instantly starting to tap on into that area of wind shear. Let me go ahead and see our mesoanalysis. We are going to get a new one here shortly. Surface helicity. Surface to 1 kilometer. There you go. Yeah, lower level wind shear is definitely a bit of an issue today. That's definitely going to be the reason for probably not seeing a moderate risk upgrade. Just the lack of lower level wind shear. But still, we could see a couple strong tornadoes today, possibly an intense tornado or two. And like I said, I wouldn't fully rule out a violent tornado threat if we can get a supercell to really get going. Here's our HRRR, and this would be where the issue lies. Prefrontal supercells firing in a quite favorable environment. So something like that, that would be where your violent tornado threat could come in. You could see lower level wind shear on that particular area is almost 200 with 0 to 3 kilometer near the 400 to 500 range. Surface-based instability into the low to mid 2000s there. So that leads to a very favorable environment for strong tornadoes. So if we do get any prefrontals, which are likely forming right now, these little rain showers right here are likely your prefrontals already starting to fire. So if any of those do mature over the next 2 to 3 hours and then progress into eastern Mississippi, they could be capable of producing a strong to intense tornado threat. Like I said, if we do see a discrete supercell just completely by itself in that open warm sector, that will give the opportunity for a violent tornado threat. Also, your lower level jet is another thing that is pretty interesting. So you already have a widespread 30 to 35 knot lower level jet. So we're already good for your lower level jet. Really not much of a bust mode today, to be honest with you. The clustering that we saw yesterday most likely will not occur to the magnitude that we saw yesterday today. So we should see a few tornadoes and likely at least 1 to 2 strong. I think the biggest deciding factor in that is probably going to be your surface to 1 kilometer SRH. That is probably going to be your big issue there. And instability is going to continue to climb throughout the rest of the day. Our warm front is not very far north. Our warm front is not much further than Memphis right now. Your warm front is stalled out right now in this area. It is going to begin to move and probably continue to move. I imagine it is now moving, actually. Yeah, it started to move over the last hour or two, and that should quite rapidly move up to the northeast until eventually it gets into Kentucky, maybe even as far as southern Indiana. So that warm front should move probably all the way up into this area by the time we get to the afternoon, very late in the afternoon, closer to probably 5 o'clock tonight. You're not too sure why we went under a tornado watch over here. Really unsure. I do think we could still see a spun up tornado or two, but probably nothing that would warrant a tornado watch to be issued. The environment out there, slightly favorable. It may get just the slightest bit more favorable in an hour, but it's not going to be a very favorable environment for a tornado threat. And it will likely stick to the southern side, probably right here. Right in here. That's likely where that tornado threat will be the highest, although I don't think it will be too heightened. Yeah, so Somerset, London, Kentucky, you actually managed to get under a tornado watch today. Thankfully, not even remotely close to what you saw there on the 16th, not even a fraction of what you saw there on the 16th. These storms will mainly be very heavy rain, some very gusty winds, probably not much more than 30 miles per hour. Just pretty gusty winds, and then maybe some small hail, no larger than probably pea-sized or so. Yeah, about ½ inch could be as large. So that's probably gonna hurt some evacuations that may be happening out there. I've heard of a evacuation for London, so that may just cause a little bit of some stalling there for that evacuation, or any efforts that may still be ongoing in these two cities here in Kentucky. Just may pause some of those efforts for an hour or so. And there will be another line in this area tonight, but I highly doubt it will be pretty strong, to be honest with you. I don't think our line's going to be much... I don't think it will be very strong past Nashville. By the time our first line forms here, moves through Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, it should be weakening in east central Tennessee, probably by about 8 o'clock tonight. So I'm thinking 8, 9 o'clock tonight, that's when most things are going to start to die down. We still could have a few supercells by that time, but our main event should be well finished by 8, 9 o'clock. So shouldn't be a very long duration event today, probably no more than about 6 hours for our peak activity. Tornado warning is still in place out here for the next 32 minutes over Iron City, South Central Tennessee. Don't expect that to do much. Very shocked it even produced a tornado, and a pretty good one at that. It actually produced a pretty solid tornado out there, and that shows you your environment is already favorable for a tornado threat. It nearly looked like a strong tornado, but it was really over just water, so it was very difficult for me to tell. So as that warm front keeps pushing northward, this environment's just going to get better. I think that's going to be an issue. I believe this batch of thunderstorms in Clarksdale, western Mississippi right now, I think that could be an issue as it goes into northeastern Mississippi, probably late this evening, or late afternoon, early evening. That could probably be an issue. And of course, we're going to be dealing with a radar hole today. Unfortunately, if we were to see a moderate risk today, I think it would include directly in the middle of this radar hole. If we were to see a moderate, I would believe that it would be placed right around in this vicinity here. And your radar hole is on the southeast side of that area. I don't think we are going to see a moderate, though. I don't think we will. I think today will be a little bit similar to yesterday. I think it will be a little similar to where we see quite a few tornadic storms, a lot of tornado warnings, a bunch of severe warnings. Probably not nearly as many severe warnings as yesterday. Yesterday was a full-fledged severe weather outbreak. Very widespread severe weather outbreak. And then we're probably going to see at least two or three storms today that try to produce intense tornadoes. Yeah, so the newest HRRR here, just now rendering in, has that more clustery, semi-discrete look to it. But any supercells that can try to maintain along the cold front dry line that try to stay discrete, or as prefrontals there. So these would be your prefrontal storms. This area right here would be your prefrontal storms. And then storms on the cold front would be right back in here. So anything that can stay semi-discrete will definitely have that strong to intense tornado threat. Want to see what the next frame here. So this is by 4 p.m. This is within the next 2 hours. Within the next 2 hours here. Yeah, the violent tornado threat is, I mean, it's low, but it's been low. It was, quite a bit low on the, I'm trying to think of the date, the 18th? The 18th and yesterday and today, too. Really, all three of these days were likely moderate risk caliber. I mean, of course, the last two were moderates, but today is also moderate risk caliber. It's just that morning convection led to uncertainty. Which, I mean, it wasn't really a bunch of morning convection. If we go all the way back here. Go all the way back to this. This is the morning convection that led to uncertainty. And that was at 14Z. So, I mean, this moved out almost right after. Right around when the sun was coming up here. Around 14Z. Yeah, the sun was well out by 14Z. But that's when your line was moving in, so it didn't affect destabilization too much. And we got a really good pocket of clearing in, so we were able to destabilize fairly well. The area that struggles to destabilize is where this line right here moved through on the northern edge. So this area has struggled to destabilize well at the moment. Not a lot of cape up here at all. I don't think there's not a lot of areas over 1,000 in this region. Yeah, you got a cool pool that is in place thanks to that line that moved through. Let me show you. So this is your meso-analysis here. And you can see that cool pool where our instability is very well affected. Very well affected cool pool there. And you see that divots all the way down into southwestern Tennessee, almost into Memphis, but not into Memphis. But this is your warm front right in here, and it's more north now. We're going to get a new meso-analysis in 10 minutes. I imagine that's going to be a little bit further north. Let's go back to the current radar. Likely we'll see a tornado watch here probably within the next 30 minutes or so. We will likely end up with a tornado watch across western Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, into east central Arkansas. All right, let's see the new frame on the HRRR. Yeah, you could see any storms that could get discrete out of those prefrontals or semi-discrete storms embedded in the cluster. They're going to be able to try to produce strong tornadoes. And there's quite a few of them. I mean, that's quite a bit of updraftilicity tracks there. If we go to your updraftilicity swaths here, you could see a pretty good area of swaths. And this is just till about 5, 6 p.m. About 5, 6 p.m. Eastern time. So that's the area where I think our tornado threat will be the greatest. Girl Dev, you're not going to end up with much at all today. It's mainly damaging winds, heavy rain, some small hail. There's barely any wind shear up there, at least in the lower levels. You could see your supercell composite up here is only at like a 2 to a 3, whereas back down in Mississippi it's at an 8 or a 9, even a 10 and 11 in some spots. So your tornado threat is very low up there. There is a very large 5%. I'm surprised they have the 5% that far north. So there's definitely a chance for a tornado, but yeah, that 5% is very, very large. I'm surprised by how large that is. That is a really, really large 5% risk. Not too sure if we're going to see much up there. Mainly just a spin-up tornado or two up there. It's near the surface, though. And like I said, there's really not a lot of ingredients up there. Not a lot of ingredients. Go back here, show you again. New HRRR there. And like I said, again, any storms that can stay semi-discrete in the cluster, very well capable of producing a strong tornado threat today. So, I don't think they'll pull the moderate. I extremely doubt it. Also some prefrontals in East Tennessee according to this run, but I'm not too confident in that happening. Yeah, much better environment back down in Mississippi, Alabama. Jason, I'm a little 50-50 on the moderate risk. I'm a little bit more 50-50 on it. The only reason why I'm 50-50 is because of that morning convection, and the morning convection going through can also help contribute to a messier storm mode. Yeah, you can donate with the super chat if you want to. Just like you do on every other live stream. But you don't need to at all. Just being here supports the channel plenty. Remember, it is hurricane season now. I know, bringing up a hurricane season already. The NHC has started their advisories. They started about 5 days ago, but I really wanted to bring your attention to a potential for a tropical storm to form in the Eastern Pacific. Quite a few ensembles and some model runs have this potentially being our first hurricane in the Eastern Pacific. So that is possible. It is possible we get a tropical storm and or hurricane in the Eastern Pacific there. I feel like it's very, very early, so models are probably a little bit too aggressive with it. We probably won't get much out of it, but there's definitely a few runs that show it being a tropical storm to hurricane. So we'll keep an eye on that, but the good news is that won't affect any land. Alright, Tornado Watch was just issued. Let me go see that. It looks like a 60-40 watch. That is a 60-40 watch, so definitely no moderate risk. They would have gone with a higher end watch if they planned on upgrading. That hail threat, extremely high though, 70-60 hail threat, so likely going to see 3 to 4 inch hail today. Damaging winds, that is at a 60-20, so we're likely going to see widespread 60 mile an hour winds with a chance for 70 to 75 mile an hour winds in the watch area. Could get a gust as high as 80, but if we do get a gust upwards of 80, I think it would be on the east side of our watch. And then that tornado, that 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and a 40% chance that at least one of them are strong. So we're still likely going to see a strong tornado today. Possibly a few strong tornadoes. So there's that watch now out by the SPC across Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Southeastern Missouri. They are not going to pull a moderate at the 4 o'clock update for anyone who may still think about that. There's no way with the probabilities being that low. That's definitely a enhanced risk watch right there, 60-40. And again, I'm still very confident the greatest tornado threat is on the southeast side here. Now the southeast side of that tornado watch, the southwest side of the enhanced. So there's your tornado watch. Tornado watch just got issued there. That includes Memphis, Jackson, Union City, Paris, Huntington, Lexington, Savannah, and Western Tennessee. Also Corinth, Boonville, Oxford, Charleston, Greenwood, Greenville, Mississippi. Also including Star City, Crossett, Camden, Little Rock, Forest City, Batesville, Jonesboro, and Corning in Arkansas. Also in the Boot Hill of Missouri, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, Stykeston, Maiden, all inside of that tornado watch, and even a few counties there in southern Illinois, just a few counties there, including Eddyville. Also, Paducah, Kentucky, sneaking its way into the tornado watch here as well. So Paducah, Mayfield, Benton, Murray, Clinton, Bardwell, Kentucky, under that watch as well. So very large, quite a large tornado watch there. Quite a large tornado watch there. Yeah, that's definitely what I was thinking. Whoa, okay, maybe not like that. Wow. So your warm front. Yeah, your warm front, I think I outlined it in Tennessee. That was dead wrong. Your warm front's way up in Illinois and Indiana. That was a cool pull, but I want to show you that cool pull completely gone. Fully destabilized. There is no cool pull left now. So the atmosphere is fully primed. There is no cool pull remaining there. And that is actually 4,000 instability where thunderstorms are firing right now. That is 4,000 instability. Let me see if I can get that contour back up. So 4,000 Cape, almost into Little Rock. Nearly 4,000 instability there. And that is overperforming by about 1,000 joules. So that's overperforming instability right there. And that does lean the question, how high are temperatures? You just have the whole system in the last week, dew points have just been in the 70s. I mean, none of this is elevated. None of it is elevated at all. Lower level lapse rates are really, really good. Somehow really good. Little pockets of 6.5, but I doubt those are, going to be an issue. Mid-level's not the best, so I'm surprised. Let me go back to here. I want to check your veering. Yeah, definitely not the best veering today. You don't see a very notable change with winds towards the surface. That could definitely decrease your tornado threat. But still pretty good. I mean, they go from southwesterly winds, southwesterly, 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 then to about Yeah, those are still about westerly winds there. They stay about westerly winds the whole time, so not a really good amount of veering there. Yeah, quite poor 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear. That's going to be your main underperformance. That's what's keeping it from. There's definitely a few things from keeping it moderate now that I look closer into the environment. But yesterday went moderate for this. I mean, yesterday went moderate for this type of setup. It did. It really did. We did not have a lot of 0 to 1 kilometer helicity yesterday, and it went moderate, and it went big moderate. It wasn't just a little moderate. I mean, that moderate yesterday was half the size of the state of Oklahoma. Covered half of Oklahoma. Let me see. Wall cloud reported in Jacksonville, Illinois. So that's up here somewhere. Probably, yep. One of these little rain showers. So rotating rain showers over here. Rotating heavier rain shower in Jacksonville, reported wall cloud. Rotating wall cloud there. So that's going to head up towards Ashland. Tornado threat, definitely possible, but I don't expect a notable tornado threat up here. I do think we could see a spin up tornado or two, though. This one's getting a bit more of a hail core with it. Of course, they're rain showers. What, you're telling me this isn't producing rain, Kevin? Technically, everything's a rain shower that tries to... I mean, if it's a supercell, that means it's a rain shower, too, because it's producing rain, right? So all these are rain showers. I'm not wrong. They're rain. It's raining. Pretty sure it's going to be dropping rain. Yeah, again, gonna watch that cluster that is formed over Clarksdale, moving northeast. Once that gets into a better environment here, in about 2 hours, it gets into some better shear. That's when it may be able to try and rotate. So this is your supercell composite for the day. And once we start getting to 8, that's when your environment starts to be really favorable for tornadoes. Even we've seen plenty of tornadoes in 4 and 6 supercell composites, but once you start seeing this different colored contour outlined here, that's 8 supercell composite. And again, that covers southern Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, into northern Mississippi, northwestern Alabama. And that's right where you have your good lower level jet as well. It's your visible satellite imagery. Very light cloud cover there. The heck? I gotta show y'all this. Look at this. Look at your low pressure. High definition satellite of your low pressure there. Fully exposed low. Look at that. Completely exposed low over northeastern Missouri. I wonder where the low pressure is. I have no idea where the low pressure is. No idea at all. Completely exposed low pressure there. It's all the way up in northeast Missouri. Pretty cool when you see something like that. We see it quite often through the year. It's not very rare, but when you do see it, it looks really cool on satellite. Still under a tornado warning, by the way. It's for south central Tennessee. I want to go back over to that. Wow, that is a perfect radar hole. Wow. Didn't realize how large of a radar hole this is either. So we are definitely, we're definitely dealing with 2 good radar holes today. That's a mixture of right where we're expecting our highest threat. Tornado outbreak tonight. Funny that you say that because the tornado threat is expected to decrease after dark. Today is going to be very much driven by daytime heating. So I'll show you an example of what happens when the sun starts to set. So if we go over here, this is when the sun is setting, 8 o'clock Central Time. And you can see everything's weakening by then. 9 o'clock, it does show a few supercells north of the Birmingham Metro and a supercell or two in Mississippi. But nothing compared to what it shows back out in Mississippi here in at about 7 o'clock Eastern. Actually, that's 5, 6 o'clock Eastern, my bad. 5, 6 o'clock Eastern there. So that's your updraft helicity tracks and a very clear area of your highest tornado threat. This could easily just be an HRRR biased thing where it just initiates 3 random supercells north of the Birmingham Metro. For instance, if we go to the 16Z model run, it still has it. Even 15Z had it a little bit, but easily could just be the HRRR deciding to initiate more storms. And I do think those would be a lot more of a hail threat compared to a tornado threat north of Birmingham. I think those would be... The leading one would definitely be a tornado threat, but the other two, those would definitely be primarily hail and wind. But a good chunk of these updraft helicity tracks are going to be rotation and hail. I believe, yeah, we still do have our 45% wind risk. I am going to be really intrigued to see if that verifies tonight, because that is tonight, the main wind threat. The main wind threat is at barely after dark. Nah, I don't think it should be 45 sig. I don't expect much more than 80 mile an hour winds today. It doesn't look like a very significant wind threat. I'm not even too sure if it's going to verify as a 45% wind. I am really surprised by that still. 45% wind risk, that's going to take a lot of 60 mile an hour wind reports to verify. Not sure why, but my day one CSU outlooks aren't loading. I could see the 30% wind, but I'm still shocked by a 45% wind. Still surprised by that. 30 sig wind, and that would be close. Alright, we did just get our first severe thunderstorm warning here. First severe warning of the main risk. This is your main line that has started to form here. And that is over Redfield. Right over Redfield. Not too concerned about these storms for an imminent tornado threat. For about the next hour or so. I think once we get to 3:30, that's when things are going to start to possibly become more tornadic out here. I think it's still going to be about an hour before we deal with tornadic activity out of these cells here. The ones I'm more concerned about is this down in here. I really, really want to pay attention to that one. Really want to pay attention to that one. But these storms are going to be mainly a wind threat and hail threat at first. And then once they get into this enhanced risk area here in probably a little under an hour, that's when they should start to rotate. A lot of little rain showers out there. A bunch of rain showers here. Southeast Missouri. Yeah, we could see a spin-up tornado threat there. For sure, out of these storms as they track to the northeast until about Paducah. That 10 sig tour is pretty large. It goes all the way up into Bowling Green, Madisonville, Princeton, Hopkinsville, in southern Kentucky. And that 10% tornado risk extends all the way up into northeast Kentucky. So that's that. I don't believe that's, yeah. That entire area I just circled there is a 10% non-sig, 10% non-sig risk for tornadoes. Yeah, that 4,000 cape, it's going to do wonders for these storms, really intensifying for hail and damaging winds. That tornado threat is going to take a little longer to get going, like I said, closer to probably 3:30 or so. So that is when I'm expecting our threat to increase a bit more. SPC upgraded day 3 to a marginal. That's fun. I was hoping it would be a general thunderstorm risk. The good news is it looks like an extremely low tornado threat, but that might still end up being a tornado threat over Texas. Very low, though. Tomorrow, I'm still 50-50 about chasing. It's a conditional warm front risk for tomorrow in Virginia and North Carolina. They haven't upgraded it to a slight yet. Because it's too conditional. It may not go slight. It's a very conditional warm front tornado risk. See if we have anything here. A tornado warning was updated. Very small tornado warning here. Man, that don't need to be in effect no more. The storm's way over here now. So still remaining your safe spot. If you're in that warned area, there is nearly 3,000 people inside of that tornado warning. Nearly 3,000. Yeah, the violent tornado threat, by the way, today, y'all, it's of course going to be very low. It's going to fully come down to if we can get a discrete storm in the open warm sector, and if the wind shear is high enough at that time. Which, like Kevin said, that'd be pretty rare. It's a very, very low violent tornado threat. Actually, I didn't read the wording on that watch. I wonder if what they say for EF3 plus tornadoes. A couple intense tornadoes possible, so few tornadoes likely and a couple of EF3 plus tornadoes possible. Thunderstorms in a very moist and very unstable air mass will continue to grow upscale. A few supercells are expected, capable of large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes. Where's the cold front? Where it looks like it is. The cold front really can't be all that more obvious for you. Low pressure, you can literally see on satellite up here. With your warm front extending Probably generally up like that. I imagine right around that 5% tornado risk. The northern side of that tornado risk is where your warm front is very close to. Looking at it on WPC, they have it closer to like right here for that warm front. And then your cold front, like I said, very, very obvious right in here. Cold front is extremely, extremely obvious. They get a new severe up there in Illinois. I believe that's the one that had a reported wall cloud with it. They didn't put torque possible on it, but it is one for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, this storm has some velocity on it, but it's not rotating. It just has velocity. Connor Croft is already out and about there. Let me go see where he's located. I imagine he's probably in eastern Arkansas. Let's see where you are. Slow computer. Slow computer. All right, Connor is in Arkansas. That's what I was thinking. Now, where in Arkansas? Right there. So he is going for the severe storm. He's going for the severe storm. Fake reflectivity debris ball. I mean, it doesn't look like a reflectivity debris ball, but that's a supercell. It's probably rotating a little bit. Could fake you out, though, if you look really quick at that. But that is probably a mini supercell. I imagine it may have a little wall cloud with it. Would not be surprised. Pretty sure that is in a 2% tornado risk. Yep. Sure is. That's in a 2%. Gonna keep an eye on that prefrontal. Right in here, these clusters is what I'm really keeping an eye on, because that's what the HRRR has being our main tornado threat late in the afternoon into the early evening. It's going to be another full day of yawning, man. It's like right when I start the live stream today, I just start yawning. I haven't yawned once. Not once before the live stream. And then right when I start, I'm already on like my 4th yawn over here. There's Lake Chaserson, Northwest Mississippi. Half of them are in eastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi today. Well, I mean, there's really not another target area. You sure don't want to target eastern Kentucky. I mean, there's a tornado watch out there, but that's not really going to be a good area for the main tornado threat. So really, it's just like eastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi. I mean, I would be in northern Mississippi. That's where I would be. I would be in northern Mississippi. I wouldn't be on any of these storms yet. I would be waiting in northern Mississippi to see when those prefrontals fire and if they do get going. And depending on that, I would either book it west towards eastern Arkansas, or I would stay with the prefrontal. first severe in a long time on this line. Yeah, it is for 1-inch hail, or actually 0.75-inch hail. Or, well, there's two. Okay, so see, this is the one I looked at before. 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds, torque possible. This one is torque possible, 0.75-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Just a little area of rotation there. It is going to be nearly invisible. I mean, it's extremely, extremely heavy rain. Very, very heavy rain all around that area of rotation over just barely to the south of Richmond, Kentucky. Just barely off to the south. The HRRR has this line being an issue all the way up until near Charleston, West Virginia. Closer to 7 o'clock tonight is when that should die out. So this line's going to be there for a while, but I don't expect much out of it. We're going to get a few severes and potentially a brief tornado or two out of it, most likely. Probably nothing more than just a few severes and a brief tornado or two. It's staying away from all the cell interactions. That's why this one's starting to ramp up a little bit. So you can see all these are being interacted by other storms. There's no velocity couplets. These just aren't rotating, even though they are semi-discrete. So we'll watch this one. It's just barely out in front of the cluster, which is why it's starting up earlier than I thought. But not much rotation with it, not much on velocity. Still going to be something to keep an eye on. That's going to go into eastern Arkansas towards Stuttgart. But not much of a couplet there. Not much that I think is really rotating. Just mainly 1-inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. But as this enters the enhanced risk, that's when the tornado threat will likely begin to increase. It will likely begin to increase once we get over towards Stuttgart. And again, that will be probably closer to just after 3. These storms in Illinois, mainly hail, isolated damaging winds. Could see a brief tornado out of them. They're quite mature. I just got an MCD up here. So that is for eastern Illinois into extreme western Indiana. It only includes a very small portion of Indiana. Very, very small portion. The environment's just not very favorable up there. It's really not very favorable up here. See what they say. Tornado watch will be issued shortly. Intensifying thunderstorms through 5 p.m. Eastern, posing a risk for severe weather. Few discrete supercells, perhaps going and organizing into a cluster. Hail damaging winds. I don't even see... Oh, there you go. May support a risk for tornadoes, particularly with more discrete storms. May support. So we may see a risk for tornadoes out here in Illinois. So tornado watch should be issued shortly for this area. Likely a low-end tornado watch. Yeah, like I said, could see a spin-up tornado or two, but mainly hail. And also isolated damaging winds with that. Okay, I stand corrected on this. This line's all becoming severe. I was wrong with this. This is all going severe again. I will admit now that this is strengthening beyond what I was originally expecting. I did not think this was going to reorganize. But it actually has. I never doubt the NWS. There's been some questionable moments. Oh, yep, look at it. Look at mesoanalysis. On the newest mesoanalysis, there's a pocket of 2,500 instability right there. So that is literally a area of quite heightened instability right over the line. What about wind shear? Not a lot of wind shear, but that is sufficient for a spin-up tornado threat. But it's that pocket of 2,500 cape that's allowing for this to really start to intensify again. Yeah, not a lot of varying at all with height there. What about lapse rates? Lapse rates can also really help. Yep, getting into good lapse rates, that's what it is. So this line is entering an area that has been destabilizing for the last about 2 or 3 hours. So that could actually get pretty strong. This area has seen just a little bit of cloud cover over the last 2 hours, and that's allowed for 2,500 instability to form in this area. I don't think this is where our 45% wind is. Barely. It's right on the edge of it. Right on the edge of the 45% wind. So that's probably going to be quite the issue here in eastern Tennessee into western Virginia, southwest West Virginia. Also eastern Kentucky. Could be quite the intense squall line, producing 60, 70 mile an hour winds and possibly a tornado or two. That wind shear is a little weak, so I still don't know if that's going to pose a very heightened tornado risk, but definitely a spin-up tornado or two could be possible with like couplets like this. If we see areas of rotation like that embedded inside the line, any of these little indents here that try to rotate, we're going to keep an eye on for a spin-up tornado or two. What about that southern one? It's tor possible as well. Yeah, see, they all have these little tiny couplets, and none of them look imminent. That northern one looks the best right now. So that's going into Winston in eastern Kentucky. We'll keep an eye on that little area of rotation. So if I show you satellite, this is why I didn't think it was going to re-intensify. You could see on satellite, it didn't really look that strong on satellite at all. But on those most recent frames, you can really see, especially in the last 20 minutes, how much those towers have bubbled up in eastern Kentucky and eastern Tennessee. And you can see we've just had quite high-based, it looks like, high-based clouds there. So we've had a break. There's been breaks for sunshine to peek through. And that's allowed for instability to get up to 2,500. I mean, right when it hit that pocket of 2,500 instability, it has started to intensify again. So I stand corrected. I didn't think this line was going to be able to re-intensify. This is your morning line of convection that went through all the way back out here near Memphis. So it went through near Memphis, sparked a few tornado warnings, died out over Nashville. It still was pretty weak east of Nashville, and now it's really starting to intensify again. Quite widespread 60 mile an hour winds will be possible with this. You know what? This might be the one that formed in Kentucky around not Kentucky, Texas around midnight. Might have formed around northern Texas midnight last night. I could go check. I gotta see exactly where it came from. Hold on. So that's it right there. I want to track it back. So yeah, you know what? It actually came from the cluster of storms in Oklahoma and Texas last night. Everything merged up. So the storms that fired near midnight in southeast Oklahoma, and the storms we tracked in Texas that Connor was on, that was in Arkansas around midnight to 2 a.m. Eastern. It all merged up into a line, and that's the morning convection we saw in Tennessee. Then it weakened over Nashville, and then it re-strengthened right here. So yeah, this is actually part of what we tracked yesterday. It came from a lot of different convection, though. It came from all that convection in Arkansas and Texas yesterday. Yeah, still not much of a tornado threat developing with these, just big hail, exactly what I thought. Again, wouldn't rule out a tornado threat in the future with them, no. And thus, there is your tornado watch. I'm going to say this is probably like 50-20. Ha! Look at that. Exactly what I expected. Exactly what I expected. 50-20 tornado watch. Right on the money. So I do think we are going to see a tornado or two out here. The strong tornado threat is low, but it is not, it's not fully impossible that we see a strong tornado out of one of these storms if they can remain fully discreet. That's a big if. Right now, they are very clustered. Same with all these. This is all very clustered and messy. So, new tornado watch just got issued. That includes Lafayette and where Girl Dev is in western Indiana. It also includes out here in much of central and eastern Illinois. By the time it gets into western Indiana later today, towards probably about, what is that, like 7 o'clock central, 8 o'clock eastern. Should be pretty, looks to be pretty weak by the time it gets there. The tornado watch expires at 8 o'clock central. So you could end up with about 60 mile an hour winds, up to about 1-inch hail out there, Girl Dev. There is the chance for a spin up tornado, but there's a very low chance it hits you. There's a good chance that somebody in this area sees one tornado, but it will likely end up being weak and likely pretty brief. Like I said, the lower level wind shear, it's not a really good environment for tornadoes. I mean, we have about 50. Maybe not even that. This says 36. I don't know if it's that low. So once that wind shear gets a little bit higher, if it does it increase? It doesn't increase, so it never increases. The wind shear just stays right around 50, which is not very favorable for a tornado. Let's go back to this radar site. Definitely a good area of rotation now developed here. This may be attempting to produce a tornado over Oakdale, Tennessee. That's over Oakdale, Tennessee. Likely, yeah. I was just about to say, likely not going to last very long. It didn't look like it was a very well-organized region of rotation. Yeah, just like a few pixels touching there. But still a little bit of rotation, so we'll keep an eye on that. But that's what we're expecting today. Literally just a few areas of rotation that attempt to drop tornadoes. Very, very quick, very, very brief. None of these should be like long-lived. I don't expect any of them to be strong. They should just be very quick spin-up areas of rotation that try to drop a brief tornado. Still no tornado threat out of our storm here in eastern Arkansas, despite its good look, which was exactly what I was expecting. Still not increasing in velocities there. But we should see things start to get a bit more organized towards 3:30, 4 o'clock. That's when our peak tornado threat will begin. Wow, they are already talking about issuing a tornado watch over Alabama. And get this, 90-mile-an-hour winds, a few strong tornadoes, and 3.5-inch hail. That is our main tornado watch today. That is going to end up being our main tornado watch. Possibly, likely, actually higher probability. Especially for wind. Let me read their exact discussion here. Watch issuance is expected in the next hour or so to address this concern for prefrontal supercells that should develop in the open warm sector in the near term. Let's see here. Morning QLCS has limited buoyancy. However, 30 to 35 knot southwesterly flow should promote warm air advection. It's already occurring. Yep, this has already been observed. This has already been observed. Yeah, exactly. That's what they just said. This has already been observed. They said it should promote and then said it's been observed. So we are already seeing warm air advection there. A few tornadoes, likely the risk for a strong tornado or two. As well as 80 to 90-mile-an-hour winds, yeah. We'll see if that wind threat verifies. That has really interested me today because I haven't agreed with the 45% wind risk yet. So I am really, really interested to see if that verifies. It's got to be something that I haven't learned about yet, like maybe intense downdrafts or something. You didn't think about that. Let me go look at D-Cape. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Very high D-Cape. That is exactly what it is. Widespread 1,000 to 1,200. And then that pushes eastward with time. So that's exactly what it is. That's downdraft cape. So that means even light rain showers are going to be able to try to produce damaging winds. Even if they're little tiny rain showers, they can have damaging winds with them. With that high of D-Cape being in place. 1,200 is quite a lot. We'll see. That's the, that's probably one of the main reasons for the 45% wind. But that D-Cape also contributes to significant damaging winds too. Nah, rain shower ain't my favorite word. Let's see. Yeah, so these storms still producing isolated damaging winds right now. some large hail, especially with this one going towards Stuttgart in eastern Arkansas. Yeah, so see, like these storms here, some of these velocities are a bit heightened, even though it literally just it's just a rain shower. It could even be producing 30-mile-an-hour winds there. Like with this too. See, 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds, that's just a bit of a heavy rain shower there. So as that cold front pushes through, that should help organize them even more. I want to see CSU because I want to see if CSU has a 45%. But CSU is just not loading for me. Yeah, so a lot of these are just going to pose damaging winds for the moment. I could see some wind gusts as high as 60, even if they're pretty weak storms. For instance, like these up here. Some of these down here, even if they're relatively weak, they could still produce downdrafts with about 30 to 60-mile-an-hour winds being possible. And then as that cold front pushes through, it's going to help intensify them even further, like what we're seeing out here. Most of these aren't producing much more than 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds either. The only one that's producing greater than 30 to 40 right now is this one. Currently warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Still no tornado threat, which is to be expected. That should change as these storms go into kind of northwest Mississippi. So the main threats today, definitely damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. Could get some isolated gusts as high as 80. The 80-mile-an-hour wind gust will likely be quite very, very isolated. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a gust that high. We'll see what the watch says once it's issued out here in Alabama and Tennessee. Likely going to see a couple tornadoes today. Most likely a few strong as well. And then we could have an intense tornado as well. That intense tornado threat will be with any discrete storms that can fire, which will most likely be with any of these prefrontals that try to grow upscale. Will that line weaken a bit before it's Johnson City? Probably not. The environment has gotten more favorable than I was anticipating out here. More favorable than what model runs were thinking too. So it may weaken a bit, but it should still be producing 40 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Depends exactly what portion of the line hits you. It should be anywhere between 40 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. But you're not even in the tornado watch, so they believe that storms will stay to your north, which that looks to be the case. You might not get much. Storms may just stay off to your north. There will be another chance for storms very late tonight, likely near midnight, maybe even as late as 1 a.m. But those will likely be weaker than this line. So there's another special weather statement for this storm. 50-mile-an-hour winds there. Not looking like much of a rain shower now. Now it's looking more like a full-blown storm here. But like I said to Ben, a rain shower, I mean, I'm not wrong. All these are producing rain. At least I'd hope. I hope they're producing rain or something's really wrong with our radar. Yep, here's another one warned for 50-mile-an-hour winds as well. Special weather statements. Yeah, gonna have to start watching these red and greens a little bit closer now. We're getting closer to the time frame of when these storms may try to start rotating. So we're gonna have to start watching these little... Is that a left split? That's a left split. And I bet that's a tornado warning, Tennessee.
Tornado warning for southeastern Morgan County in East Tennessee, Anderson County in East Tennessee, central
And
Knox
Iowa.
County in East Tennessee, northeastern Rowan County in East Tennessee, Anderson, Knox, Morgan, and Rowan County in Tennessee.
One in Iowa, too. At the same time. So this rotation is really broadened out quite a bit. That's the one in Iowa.
Tornado warning for northwestern Scott County in east central Iowa, northeastern Muscatine County in east central Iowa, southwestern Clinton County in east central Iowa, Clinton, Muscatine, and Scott County in Iowa.
Pretty surprised they warned this because the velocity signature is actually dying out. It's still there, but it's compared to what it was when we first pointed it out near Oakdale back here. It has since started to die out. But tornado warning for Oak Ridge in Tennessee. Little surprised that warranted a warning, but better safe than sorry. So they decided to tornado warn that. Make sure you're in your safe spot, Oak Ridge in Tennessee. All these up here have stayed below tornado warning limits there. I want to go back up here in Iowa. See if that CC's there on the last scan. Okay, so we know that's not from the radar beam. So what we're going to do is we're going to open a new radar site. And we're going to go get some ZDR values on that to see if that may be a CC drop in Iowa. First tornado of the day might just be in a general thunderstorm risk. Well, actually, no, we had a tornado in Alabama earlier. Never mind. Yeah, that is possibly a tornado. I believe that is a tornado on the ground. So, second tornado of the day, because we had the one in Alabama about an hour before we started. So, the second tornado warning of the day, and the second tornado here is going to be out in Stockton. Our first one was back over Waterloo, Alabama earlier today. Wait, I wonder if this is... Which one was issued first? They were issued almost at the same time. So we had this storm that stayed tornado warned the whole time. But I wonder what... I mean, you know, I'm going to have to go to the NWS to figure out which one is our second tornado warned storm of the day. It's literally going to be like a second difference. I don't even know if there's a difference. I can't even tell. It's a tie. They were issued at like the exact same time. But this looks to be a quick tornado on the ground here in Iowa. A very, very brief tornado, likely already lifted near Stockton, Iowa. So we've now had 3 tornado warned storms today, and 2 of them have already produced tornadoes. This is in a general thunderstorm risk where we have our second tornado of the day on the ground here, and this is in Iowa. I believe that's going to be our third. Nope, our fourth and fifth. Wow, our fourth and fifth tornado warning of the day right there.
South Central Menard County in central Illinois, northwestern Sangamon County in central Illinois, Menard and Sangamon County in Illinois. Tornado warning for southeastern Rock Island County in northwestern Illinois, northeastern Mercer County in northwestern Illinois, west central Henry County in northwestern Illinois, Henry, Mercer, and Rock Island County in Illinois.
How did that warrant a tornado warning? This isn't even rotating on radar. There is no rotation here on radar. There must have been a report or something. I don't see a lick of rotation there. There is a 0.2 NROT signature right there. You see that? That is a 0.2 NROT signature. This is likely rotation of about 10 miles per hour, so that's barely rotating over Berlin in Illinois, but it warranted a tornado warning. That's our 5th tornado warned storm of the day. This one here, south of Coal Valley, going into Coal Valley, is also tornado warned. So we're up to 4 tornado warnings active right now. All of them are very weak. This one just lifted over Walcott and Stockton. All these other warnings, very weak areas of rotation. Yeah, very weak. That's a very weak region of rotation going into Oak Ridge, but you still want to be seeking shelter. That's in Tennessee. Barely even a pixel of rotation here going towards Pleasant Plains, Illinois, being your safe spot. And then up here, this just finished producing a tornado. Tornado likely just lifted near Stockton in Iowa. This is getting a little bit stronger on that newest scan. You could see when they first warned it, it was pretty weak. Then it got stronger, and now it is a little bit stronger. So that could drop a tornado as it goes towards Coal Valley, Quad Cities International Airport there in northwest Illinois. So if you're in any of the tornado warnings, make sure you're in your safe spot. Even though all of them look to have weak rotation, they could still produce tornadoes. They are all tornado warned there. The only one I'm really surprised that they warned is that one in central Illinois. I'm very surprised that is warranted a warning. The one in Knoxville surprised me a little bit, but this one, I mean, that's barely even rotation there. Like I said, they had to have a report. I'm very confident they probably got a report of something. There's no way they would warn that weak of rotation. Rotation trying to come together here north of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Extremely weak right now. But you can see that does have a supercellular shape to it. No hook echo or anything like that. Nothing that crazy, but a little bit of velocities trying to come together. Ooh. Now that one on the other hand, that one might be attempting to produce a tornado. Let me see if that is also there on the Memphis radar site. So this one might be a little bit more tornadic here. This is one of your mini supercells here in eastern Arkansas. Rotation just started sparking up. Actually was a little bit strong there at one point. Maybe even breaking up now. We'll see what that has on the next scan. At first thought it was corruption, but it is seen by both the Memphis and the Little Rock, Arkansas in nearly the exact same area. Yeah, I thought it was corruption too, Kevin. That's why I looked at the Memphis radar. You see the Memphis radar is looking a little bit more clearly at it. It might be scanning through some of the hail core, but it's looking nearly clearly at it. The Little Rock one, it might have some corruption because it's looking through a few storms first, and then it's looking through into the Hook Echo. But definitely rotation, at least in maybe the upper level or even getting a little bit closer to the surface. So we're going to watch that closely. Just be close to your safe spot if you are near this area. You know, Barson, Wick Mill, Pine Tree, Arkansas. Yeah, it looks like that might be breaking up right now. Still some velocities there, though. But we'll need to keep an eye on that. I don't see anything with these storms. I want to go to... Oh, well, we really can't go to these severes, can we? They're in a radar hole. I want to go check Kentucky again. Still Tor possible. Again, this is kind of like a QLCS spin-up threat. Not expecting any strong stuff out of that. That's trying to tighten back up again in Oak Ridge. On that newest scan, Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Velocity's trying to tighten back up again. You can see a little bit of a hook now starting to form off of that tornado warning. So Clinton, Knoxville, Tennessee being your safe spot. We'll go check the ones in Illinois, see if those look any better. Like I said, they had to get a report of something to warn this because the rotation's just simply not there. This is about as close as it gets to nothing being picked up on radar. It's just perfectly green velocities. That one, on the other hand, see a little embedded notch right there. Very, very weak rotation with that south of Petersburg, Illinois. Let's go to the ones in Iowa. Still trying its best to strengthen here in northwest Illinois towards Coal Valley, Illinois. The one in Iowa looks to have weakened and broadened out, but still could produce a tornado. Still some pretty good velocities there. Phoenix, was that a while ago? Because we saw that report a while ago, but I mean that was about 30 minutes ago at this point. Pretty sure that was near 30 minutes ago when that report came in. And it got tornado warned like 10 minutes ago. Still watching that area of just green and reds trying to wrap around near Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Let's go check on our other cell here. Yeah, that still has some rotation with it, most likely. That looks a bit more of a clear slot there. But probably at least a little rotation with that storm. They did special weather statement it for 50-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So, yeah, some of these storms, we're going to keep an eye on them as they get closer to the Memphis radar site. So that way we can see them a little bit better, see if they're actually rotating. They probably have at least some extremely weak rotation with them. Prefrontal storm near Oxford trying its best to strengthen. That should keep strengthening. The HRRR still has that trying to produce an all hazards threat here in about an hour and a half or so, right around 4:30 Eastern time. All right, let's see what that warning's for. Oh. Well, I don't see it. Where is that for? Raider Omega, are you playing tricks on me again? See if we hear a beep. Oh,
Tornado warning for West Central Sangamon County in central Illinois, Sangamon County in Illinois.
okay. Little rotation on that. But that looks a lot more like clear air. Kind of like the one in Arkansas, but probably at least rotating a bit there. That looks a lot more like clear air to me.
Tornado warning for southeastern Giles County in Middle Tennessee, Giles County in Tennessee.
Spot the rotation, impossible mode. Spot the rotation, impossible mode. Wow. Definitely has a little bit of a hook to it, though. But that's likely a cell merge. I don't think that's an actual hook. You see that cell merge just merged with it and gives it a hook appearance. Yeah. Well, that's tornado warned over South Central Tennessee. I swear, half of these don't even look like they're rotating. I wonder if that's just me. The one in Oak Ridge is definitely rotating. That is definitely rotating, going towards Knoxville, Tennessee. But, like, these aren't really rotating, in my opinion, going towards Springfield, Illinois. This up here, that's a little bit stronger. But still, I don't know if that would warrant a tornado warning. It did up here. Obviously, this did warrant a tornado warning. So we'll keep an eye on it. This one for Coal Valley. I mean, it's been very weak its whole lifespan. I mean, if those weak areas are going warned, these in Arkansas should be too. Even though they don't look impressive at all. I mean, because right now, the only storm that I think is really trying to drop a tornado, in my opinion, is this one in Knoxville. That one looks the best right now. Yeah, this one did drop a tornado, though, so that, you know, you can see right here, that area of rotation was actually decent. Probably got up to about 60, 70 mile an hour rotation there in Iowa. And ended up producing a tornado. This down here in Illinois, I mean, that's staying right around probably 40, 35 mile an hour rotation there, which is considered extremely weak. Most of the time does not warrant a tornado warning. And then these in Illinois, this had a wall cloud reported on it like 30 minutes ago, but they tornado warned it a little more than 10 minutes ago. The southern one, I mean, man, if these are tornado warned, then yikes. I have chased some very intense thunderstorms if these are tornado warned. But, of course, if you're in any of the tornado warning, seek shelter. Radar doesn't give you the full picture. I was going to go look at this guy. See if he's got a wall cloud at all. Let's see. Let's see. It's a low base, but it doesn't look like a wall cloud on either. On one of these storms, there's a chaser on it. And it doesn't look like a wall cloud. It just looks like a bit of a low base. Yeah, that wall cloud was reported at 2:14 p.m. So over an hour ago, this storm had a wall cloud reported on it. Eh. honestly, don't look like they're rotating much. That's just my opinion. Like I said, if you're in the warned areas, be in your safe spot for sure. You want to take them seriously. I just don't see those being very tornadic right now based on radar. And Chaser, I just saw, doesn't have much rotation on it either. One going towards Knoxville, Tennessee. Still there. It is definitely weakened over the last 2 to 3 scans, but still there. Still going to keep an eye on this one. We've been keeping an eye on that for a little while. It doesn't look very impressive going towards Humphrey. Likely going to have to keep an eye on these two supercells too. Southwest of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Let's see if this has any rotation. Still some velocities on this, but likely that's clear air.
Waning 4, West Central
Oh,
Moore
great. What's
County
this
in
going to
Middle
be for?
Tennessee,
Okay.
Central Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, Lincoln, and Moore County in Tennessee.
It might be trying to rotate a little bit more there, which has prompted them to issue a new warning for Fayetteville, Tennessee. Might be rotating a little bit better over the I-65 corridor. Let's see. Stuttgart? Please tell me that's not in Illinois. I was going to say, if that's in Illinois and it has a wall cloud and I've been calling those barely even rotating, that would be very embarrassing. Yeah, that's here. Reported a... So it has a wall cloud, according to a chaser here over Stuttgart in Arkansas. I could see that having a wall cloud, yeah. Doesn't surprise me that has a wall cloud. Let's see what our new meso-analysis has here. I don't see him. There's still talk about this going moderate in northern Mississippi. I don't see that happening. I think if they were going to do it, it would have been at the 1630 update. It's still possible, but personally, I don't see it. Neither one of these in Illinois have looked good at all. The only time it looked good is when a wall cloud was reported on it. I can't even go back that far. It was an hour ago near Jacksonville. That's the only time one of these storms looked good. I'm shocked they're still warned. One in northwest Illinois for Coal Valley's died out. Same with one in Iowa. So all 4 of these tornado warnings do not look good to me anymore. These 2 never have. The ones in central Illinois going towards Springfield, those have never looked good in my opinion. This is trying to increase in rotation. in South Central Tennessee. Where is this going to be? Okay, a new one.
Tornado warning for Henry County in northwestern Illinois.
I could
Henry
see that.
County in Illinois.
Yeah, there is a bit of rotation coming together on that. I see why they warned that. Little bit of rotation coming together on this storm. Very weak, but I see it. See it right there, the green and red. Very weak velocities, but barely enough to warrant a tornado warning. That's going to head towards the I-80 corridor. So far, not a single tornado warning in Arkansas or Mississippi. Not a single one yet. We've had so many more warnings in Illinois than we have in Mississippi and Arkansas so far. Okay. Cody, I wouldn't. Yeah, I very disagree with that statement. A few violent tornadoes, no way. The only day that had a few violent tornadoes being possible was the 16th. That was the only day, and we didn't think that day would be able to produce. You know, once we hit like 5 o'clock, it looked like everything was very messy. And then, of course, everything took off at 6 o'clock, and then from 6 o'clock all the way till 2 a.m., there was a bunch of tornadoes. But no way. And we're not going to see a few violent tornadoes today. That is impossible with this environment. It is impossible to see a few violent tornadoes with today's environment. It is not completely impossible to see one if we can manage to get the absolute perfect cell merge with the perfect amount of lower level wind shear, with it being fully discrete, likely right about 6 o'clock Eastern time, right at that perfect time frame. What is it based off of, Cody? What's your opinion based off of? Where am I even looking? Oh, okay, this is in eastern Arkansas. Because these velocities are starting to be a lot more present. We're entering our peak in about 3 minutes. That's when our peak starts. About 3:30 to 4 is when our peak begins. It's not going to happen, Cody. I can nearly guarantee it. As somebody who's looked at this environment, I can nearly guarantee we are not going to see 2 or 3 violent tornadoes today. I don't think you realize how high end that is. Like I said, I wouldn't fully rule out. Alright, I'll give you mod if 3 tornadoes are rated EF4 from today. Sure. Alright, if 2 tornadoes are rated EF4, yeah, I'll give you a mod. Now, when does the day expire? When is the day over in your mind? Is it midnight central? The heck? I gotta fix that. Just had a big bug. There you guys go. Happens all the time. It's actually happened a lot frequently. Surprised that's the first time it's ever happened in like the last week. Normally it happens multiple times. Not that bad though. That was a pretty bad one. Normally it just puts a yellow border around my screen. That time it flashed all 3 monitors like 4 times. Let's see here. Yeah, the greatest tornado threat looks to be from about now or 4 o'clock, right around now, all the way till about 8 p.m. Eight or 9 p.m. Let's see here. If 2 violent tornadoes occur on a watch probability of 60-40, that would be insane. These storms are nearly in the best environment, and they are struggling to rotate right now, so that should tell you something. I still think this discrete storm here is going to be an issue as it goes into northeast Mississippi here, maybe in near an hour. So I would watch those closely. Yeah, see, it went from tornado warning to not even a tornado possible severe. But I don't really think that storm was ever rotating, in my opinion. They just dropped it all the way down from a tornado warning to not even a tornado possible severe. We go back down to... Yeah, this is still very sloppy. It is attempted to rotate, but I don't know if it's ever succeeded. It's approaching Fayetteville in south central Tennessee right now. Storm northwest of Knoxville still actually looks not the worst. Doesn't look horrible. Still looks like it's rotating a bit. Still could see a spin-up tornado out of anywhere in this line as it moves eastward. Yeah, we got the new mesoanalysis. Tor possible severe, and I wonder, is that the storm I pointed out? I wonder if that's the storm I pointed out. Yep, it is. It sure is. That's the storm I pointed out to be rotating. It's now Tor possible. There you go. So Tor possible severe. 1 at 60 mile-an-hour winds. Also possible there. Yeah, definitely few little areas of rotation trying to start up here in Arkansas. None of them are very strong. This northern one here, east of Stuttgart, where we had that wall cloud reported over Stuttgart, Arkansas. That is starting to get a hook to it too, so that one's definitely strengthening. Still a little area rotation in this tornado warning for Atkinson, Illinois. This has turned into a hail core going into Springfield. So if you're in Springfield, Illinois, you're about to be hit with, especially the northwest side of Springfield, you're about to be hit with potentially near 2-inch hail. Actually, it's one for 1.25-inch hail. 60-40 on that new tornado watch, but the wind threat was increased to 70 and then 10. Hail threat decreased to 60-30. So this watch is, let's see. Yeah, the wind threat was actually the non-significant wind threat. There you go. Non-significant wind threat was increased a bit. The significant wind threat was decreased a bit. The hail threat was decreased quite a bit, and the tornado threat remains the same on that new watch. So that new watch is, it's still decent probability. All right, new tornado warning there. Sam, we had at least one tornado warning. Or at least one tornado.
Warning for
Oh, wow, that's
southwestern Logan
observed.
County in central Illinois, northern Sangamon County in central Illinois, Logan and Sangamon County in Illinois.
Wow. Weather spotters have confirmed a damaging tornado. Make that 2 tornadoes. I am very surprised that one is on the ground. Huh. Interesting, because there's a chaser on this, and he does not have a tornado on the ground, so I'm looking right at it from a chaser's view, and he doesn't have a tornado on the ground. But another weather spotter reported a tornado on the ground here, so.
Tornado warning for eastern Henry County in northwestern Illinois, western Bureau County in north central Illinois, Bureau and Henry County in Illinois.
And that's likely for this area of rotation, still continuing. A few little areas in there. So, tornado on the ground according to a spotter, moving into Springfield, Illinois. Now, where in the world is this warning? Apparently, we got another warning there. Well, no beep, so I think Radar Mega might just be bugging out. So, apparently a tornado on the ground here moving into Springfield in Illinois. Let me see if I can find a different chaser. The chaser I'm watching does not have one on the ground. Trying to see if I can find it. Maybe it was on the ground a little bit earlier on his feed. If this was on the ground, it had to be so brief. It had to be very, very brief. Because I don't see it at all on this chaser's video. So apparently, according to a chaser, a tornado is on the ground heading into Springfield, Illinois. So be in your safe spot. I do want to go back over to Kentucky, where we have now a significant severe for 1.75-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is for Bartwell and Arlington, as well as East Prairie in western Kentucky. That's very far from the radar, but we may have a little bit of rotation near Parsons, Tennessee. All of these still staying fairly broad for rotation. So we're going to stay back up here, go back up here rather. Springfield, apparently a tornado on the ground moving into your area, Springfield in Illinois. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Yeah, the chaser I'm watching said, maybe I'm just blind. I don't see a tornado. That's what the chaser just said. I was watching him. He just said that. Yeah, I don't know where that tornado was reported at near Springfield, but apparently there was one reported. It's observed, so you definitely want to be in your safe spot for sure if you're in Springfield, but I'm watching a chaser right now, and he does not have it on the ground. So just make sure you're in your safe spot there. I'm going to go back down to Tennessee, where the tornado warning was expired for Knoxville. No longer tornado warned. Yeah, you can see there's no longer any notable area of rotation there. That is definitely weakened a lot. So that's no longer a tornado warned storm in East Tennessee. Going to keep an eye out for a spin-up tornado right in here in eastern Kentucky. That's going to go towards Wheel Rim, just south of West Liberty in eastern Kentucky. Nothing on the ground right now, but just a pretty good velocity couplet trying to form on that. Three discrete supercells in eastern Arkansas. They're just out in front of the main cluster. And they're trying to rotate, but they're not doing too good. And we do have our cluster back out here near Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Also all trying to rotate, not doing too good. New mesoscale discussion. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Meant to do this. New mesoscale discussion out here for eastern Kentucky, western Virginia, northeastern Tennessee, and southwest West Virginia. The potential for a brief tornado or two, 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail. will remain possible. This line should maintain intensity. However, it could strengthen. It could strengthen through 6 to 7, or rather 5 to 6 Eastern. So still could strengthen for the next 2 hours or so here if you're in that mesoscale discussion. Line could still strengthen over the next 2 hours, potentially produce a tornado or two, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and 1-inch hail. All right, let's go back to this tornado warning here. Going into Fayetteville, a little bit more velocities there, but still very, very weak and very broad. We shall see what happens. Really curious to see with what happens down here in Arkansas, Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northwest Alabama later. Should get a new HRRR run here in about 10 minutes. New mesoanalysis in about 25 minutes. SPC outlook as well in 15 minutes. So quite a lot of new things coming out here. See what they all have to say. Yeah. I don't know about the HRRR here. Seems like it's probably overdoing the tornado threat. We'll see. Main tornado threat will definitely remain with any of these prefrontals here, especially this one. That's the one I'm still the most concerned about as it moves into northeast Mississippi. See how that looks like towards 4:30 or so. Apparently still an observed tornado going into Springfield. Apparently. Still some little areas of rotation or tornado warning in northwest Illinois. Go back to the Memphis radar. Not really much here, but now a tornado warning storm there. I am pretty surprised that got warned. Wow. Oh, you know what it is? My velocity scan's behind.
Tornado warning for North Central St. Francis County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, Crittenden County in eastern Arkansas, southeastern Cross County in eastern Arkansas, Crittenden, Cross, Mississippi, and St. Francis County in Arkansas.
So this is the storm I pointed out a very long time ago. It was probably about 40 minutes or so ago back out in here. And it's now tornado warned for a park in Early, Crawfordville, and Marion in eastern Arkansas. Just a little rotation there. I really did not expect that to get tornado warned. Another area of rotation here towards Victoria in eastern Arkansas. What time is central Indiana supposed to expect storms? I've been following this threat. Oh, I have not been following this threat at all until about 10 minutes ago. Let's see. It looks like the risk for some severe weather begins to increase in central Indiana towards about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern, and then that continues till about 10, 11 p.m. Eastern. Could get multiple rounds of severe weather out there. But the ingredients don't look very favorable for tornadoes. But we could still get a tornado, especially if there's a discrete storm. There's a discrete storm. That's when we're going to see the tornado threat peak out there in Indiana. Very surprised they didn't put a Tor possible tag on this storm in Star City, Arkansas. Yeah, just going to watch that one closely too, near Victoria, Arkansas. This one, Kevin? Yep. I just pointed that out a second ago. I probably talked about it right as you said, north of that area. Yeah, so some of these are starting to rotate here. They're starting to go Tor possible tagged. They're starting to rotate. Are we still at an observed warning here in Springfield? Yep. Still an apparent observed tornado going into Springfield, Illinois. Still a little area rotation there, southeast of Atkinson, Illinois. So a few areas to just keep an eye on. See what they do here over the next few scans. Yeah, you were putting that 5% just in case any discrete storms fire, but notice how large that 5% is. We have a very large 5%. So if we can get any discrete storms somewhere in this huge 5%, that will be where our tornado threat is the greatest. Which there's a lot of uncertainty if we actually see that. But according to this observed tornado here, that would mark 2 tornadoes so far in this general area, at least at the moment. We had one in Iowa, which is outside the tornado risk. And then, of course, the observed warning for Springfield in Illinois. Starting to see a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings pop up back here in Arkansas, Tennessee, as well as one there in Mississippi. So starting to get more severe on the hail side of things. This prefrontal looking a little bit better. I think this prefrontal is going to try to rotate here, probably within the next 30 minutes. See if it's not really going to be in the best wind shear environment until West Tennessee. So unless it gets to southern Tennessee, it's not going to be in a great wind shear environment, but it still could rotate. It's just not in the best wind shear. See here. All right, new SPC outlook should be out in about 5 to 10 minutes. No longer observed there in Illinois. No longer observed. If it ever was. I mean, what? Yeah, because the chaser I was watching, he never had a tornado on the ground, but somebody else apparently reported a tornado on the ground, so mixed reports there. Yeah, as expected, they kept it enhanced risk. No surprise there. The entire enhanced has been maintained. I don't know for sure if these are the new probabilities. I wouldn't count on it being the new probabilities. Let's see. We'll figure out shortly. A new warning there in
Tornado
Tennessee.
warning for Moore County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee, Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore County in Tennessee.
All right, well, that's a little area of rotation starting to ramp up, so it's warranted another tornado warning into Fayetteville and Lynchburg, Tennessee. Sneeze. Excuse me. I want to go see their discussion here. Okay, that's their previous discussion. Discrete storms are fired in eastern Arkansas into west Tennessee as well as northern Mississippi. They should intensify further as they move eastward amid a strongly sheared and a large to very large hail will be possible. So strongly sheared environment with large to very large hail being possible. Discrete storms will also be capable of producing at least an isolated tornado threat. The more dominant supercell in northeast Mississippi going towards middle Tennessee is where the surface flow is relatively more backed. They should have the best chance at producing a strong tornado threat. So any discrete storms which move into northeast Mississippi, middle Tennessee, and or southern Kentucky will have the best chance for a strong tornado threat. Which we have a discrete supercell right there. Northeast Mississippi. And the one in southern Kentucky, bit more embedded there. And middle Tennessee, haven't really seen any good supercells fire there yet. I mean, we do have this big mess here. It's tore possible now. And that is for Centerville, Tennessee. New Boston, Illinois. That's probably northern Illinois, huh? Yep, up here. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised if they warned that either. That is definitely rotating. Definitely some rotation there. Alright, I should have the probabilities now. 30 sig hail, 45% wind, and let me guess, 10 sig torr too, right? Yep, 10 sig torr as well. So all probabilities have been maintained. Everything's been maintained. That hail probability, which is right here, that's your 30 sig hail. So that's ongoing right now. That peak hail threat is happening over the next hour or two. And there's your hatched tornado risk. So these storms are on the edge of that 10 sig torr, if not now moving into the 10 sig tornado risk there. in eastern Arkansas going into Tennessee. They also added a secondary hatched hail risk back up here in Illinois for the potential of about 2-inch hail with these cells. Any cells that can develop around the Bloomington, Illinois area. Should get the new HRRR. We'll see if that shows anything different. I imagine it's going to stay relatively the same. Actually, it's quite a bit different. It has absolutely everything being upscale and nothing discrete. So if anything, well, one discrete storm in Mississippi. So if anything, our tornado threat is just decreased on that new HRRR run. Yeah, much of this is just going to be hail, winds. Much of that is just hail updrafts. That would be your only... This might just be your only strong tornado potential today. That might just be your only strong tornado potential. Also, keeping an eye, the HRRR has been very consistent about Louisiana. So, might want to keep an eye in this area too. It's been very consistent for a tornado threat down here. So, I do still think, though, we are at risk of seeing a strong tornado today. Another spam call. I wonder how many spam calls I've received during this entire 7-day outbreak. I want to go back up here to Indiana. Yeah, look at that. Literally nothing. Literally nothing right there. So your peak tornado threat is just gone. Nothing over Indiana or Illinois, according to the HRRR. But you should get a line tonight. We'll see how the rest of the HRRR handles that. Something should fire in this area and move towards Indiana. But that peak tornado threat for Illinois, Indiana, it should be from like 5 o'clock till about 7 o'clock. If nothing happens in that time frame, then your tornado ingredients are going to start going down. So I think our main strong tornado threat is going to come from this storm if it can ramp up at all. Definitely a good call to keep that enhanced. For sure. For sure. Especially now that we see what's happening. Definitely a really good call to keep it enhanced. New warning there. Oh, it's for one in central Tennessee, just to the south of Centerville. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That's now tornado. Well, that is observed. My bad. That is on the ground. That is on the ground.
Tornado warning for northern Lewis County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Maury County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Hickman County in Middle Tennessee, Hickman, Lewis, and Maury County in Tennessee.
So that's an observed risk there. Observed tornado on the ground. I have to point out something with the new SPC outlook. So there it is. Look. There's... Oh, you can't see it. I'm too zoomed in. There's a tiny hail risk in northwest Louisiana. That is yellow. That's a 15%. But if you go to their actual categorical risk, there's a marginal there. They made a little boo-boo. That's supposed to be brown, not yellow. That yellow means 15% slight risk. And it's not supposed to be 15% there. Little boo-boo. So tornado on the ground here in central Tennessee, just south of Centerville in central Tennessee. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That is currently producing a tornado according to chasers. And it definitely would not shock me if that is producing a tornado. So I'm not surprised that is on the ground. I'm not surprised that is actively producing a tornado. It looks pretty good to me. Weatherwise camera has it? Okay, well, shoot. Good thing I already have that up. I don't see a tornado, but it's probably very rain-wrapped. I may be looking not close enough. Try to go away from my screen to see it better. I mean, that camera's right at it. I know, I'm looking at the camera. I actually don't see it. I don't know where you see it in there, Kevin. I do not see it. There we go. It might have had it on the ground, though. It probably did. You can't go back on it. Probably had one on the ground. Yeah, I think that was a funnel on it, though, Kevin. I think the camera did have it on the ground. I think the camera did have it on the ground, actually. So still, I don't think this is on the ground anymore, according to the camera. It may be rain wrapped, though. So it could still be on the ground if it's rain wrapped. Or if the camera is not looking at the right spot. So just best to be in your safe spot. Camera did have it on the ground, and Chaser reported it on the ground, so it definitely was on the ground at some point and may still be on the ground. Could still be on the ground, so just make sure you're in your safe spot. Gonna keep an eye on the one going towards Jackson, Tennessee. Very weak rotation, but a hook is a little bit more present on that. Recently went toward possible severe, so that's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. Storms developing east of Shreveport. That was not on the HRRR. Look at all of them. I don't think the HRRR developed 4 supercells east of Shreveport down here. Man. Imagine that. Imagine you wake up, look at the HRRR, nothing's there. Go to sleep, take a nap, and you wake up at 5 o'clock. There's 4 supercells to your east. That's why you can't rely off just the HRRR. That's why I'm tempted to chase tomorrow. HRR only has one supercell, but what if it's wrong? You know how wrong the HRR has been this year? It's only been, like, semi-correct. It's every day it has been wrong about something. With storms, or their placement, or the timing, or the strength, or something. There's not a lot of wind shear, Kevin. There's not a lot of lower level wind shear. Like yesterday. There is not a lot, which once I saw that, that's when I realized it wasn't gonna go moderate. But we still could see a few strong tornadoes today, potentially even an intense tornado. That violent tornado threat is going to be near unachievable. Let's see here. Yeah, the HRR only has like one or two discrete supercells developing. I would still watch out for tonight, though, because tonight could do something.
Tornado warning for northwestern Henderson County in West Tennessee, southeastern Gibson County in West Tennessee, southwestern Carroll County in West Tennessee, Madison County in West Tennessee, Carroll, Gibson, Henderson, and Madison County in Tennessee.
So there you go. A new warning. In effect, Jackson, Tennessee, under a tornado warning now. Make sure you're in your safe spot. All right, no longer at an observed warning. I will double check though, just in case. Yeah, no observed warnings. Everything's down to radar indicated. It's right now it is high Cape low shear, but as we get into the evening, it might be closer to high Cape moderate shear.
Tornado warning for
Very
southeastern Logan
shear.
County in central Illinois, northeastern Sangamon County in central Illinois, southwestern DeWitt County in central Illinois, northern Macon County in central Illinois, DeWitt, Logan, Macon, and Sangamon County in Illinois.
Continued radar indicated warning there for Forsyth in Illinois. Still no rotation on our discrete storm in northeastern Mississippi, so now it's not even severe. Not even severe anymore. All right, let's go back up to eastern Arkansas. Not much there. These storms further south, I really am curious to see if any of them really try to rotate in this area here. Pretty big gap in convection here that the HRR did not have, so noteworthy that the HRR had this stuff fully clustered and almost linear at this point. Those storms further south, I mean, that might be the area to watch. That area is actually more favorable than West Tennessee. Yeah, these storms down here all of these southern ones. What are these surface observations? 87 temps, 78 dews. Yeah, we'll watch those southern ones. Try to remember to come back to them every now and then. I think it was this storm that we were watching closely. This one here. Southeast Arkansas. Not much happening tornadic-wise in southwest Kentucky right now. Line in Tennessee is weakened very rapidly. Wow. That is weakened very, very rapidly, all in eastern Kentucky, East Tennessee as well. Let's see, what about this one? Sorry, I was checking something. I got distracted. Yes, these down here in northeast Tennessee not looking good either at the moment. They just issued a severe watch down here. 20 and then 05. So still could see a tornado or two. But not a tornado watch, which is good news. Depends on where in Mississippi. Yeah, there's a tornado report there. Video viewed on webcam. Also reported by media. So, yeah. That was literally observed by the camera that I was watching. I was just too late. I was too late to view it, so I didn't see it. Yeah, lower level wind shear is a very big part. That's one of the first things I look at for a tornado threat. And I thought it was going to improve here towards now, but it really hasn't. I thought it would be close to widespread 150, and it's still at 100. So that leads to very bleh photographs. Very, very bleh photographs out here. All along this line. You can see it does improve in Tennessee, and watch the one in northeast Mississippi. Much better photographs up here, especially where we're seeing that tornadic activity. So the difference between 100 and 150 0 to 1 kilometer shear is large. That's what I was talking about out here in Arkansas, northeast Louisiana later. That looks pretty good. But where these storms are right now, this area here, not very favorable for tornadoes at the moment. At least in the lower levels. And if we go to the lower levels here, go to the future projection of lower levels, you can see in 2 hours, that's 6 o'clock Eastern. Apparently going to get up to 150 out there in northern Mississippi. But by the time that happens, things will be linear and clustered. However, we said that yesterday, and look what happened yesterday. We ended up with like an additional 10 tornadoes after things went clustered once the shear increased. So I would still not rule out a couple tornadoes and a strong tornado or two. And I wouldn't completely rule out an intense tornado. But it's just, I'm getting a little more iffy on it. We'll really start looking for that strong tornado threat later. Nope, for you it just shows rain. That's it. In Johnson City, Tennessee. Star City. That's so far away, Ben. But I mean, yeah, it's probably rotating, at least to some point, to some extent. It's just impossible to tell how much of that is clear air and how much of it is actually rotation. I would say, though, it's at least rotating by some. Considering it has a hook as well. Likely has at least some rotation with it. Tornado warning in Illinois, not much of interest to me, at least at the moment. Close out some tabs here before my computer explodes. Open too many tabs. Much better. Okay. What about this storm in Tennessee? Yeah, the one for Lynchburg, Tennessee, still doesn't look impressive. I mean, it's tried to tighten up, but it's really failed. And the one northeast Mississippi has failed as well. It may even be difficult to hit a strong tornado status today. That may be difficult too. Just because the lower level wind shear, it's just not good. Oh no, I wouldn't say bust yet at all. Nah. We've already had, what, 3 tornadoes? 1, 2, 3, 4. We've had 4 tornadoes so far. And 2 of those were in this area. We had 1 down here and 1 up here. So we've had 2 tornadoes in our main risk today. But the main risk is nowhere near over. This is how far we are into our main risk. So we are done with this little sliver right in here. Just the west side of the enhanced, slight, and marginal is all we're done with. Very small portion. But the greatest tornado threat is right here. Like when the storms first fire, that's where the greatest tornado threat is, in this area here. Most specifically, the greatest threat is expected to be here. Northern Mississippi, Tennessee, northern Alabama. And that is not doing as much as I thought it would be doing. Oh, new mesoanalysis. Let's go see real quick. See if that shear's any better. Nope. Not any better. Not any better. Observed tornado warning again. I think that's the Jackson, Tennessee storm. So that's your third one in your main risk that is now observed. Is that radar? Nope, weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. I'm wondering if that was radar observed. Okay, I'm going to take this one here down to Tennessee. Take this to the Memphis radar. I don't even have the Memphis radar open, and that's the one we're using the most. So, tornado on the ground here, according to weather spotters. It is an observed warning, so tornado is ongoing here in Jackson, Tennessee. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Does not shock me that that is producing a tornado either. But most likely, all these tornadoes we've seen so far have been very, very weak and likely brief. I had no idea. NATO cast last night went 15 seg for today in 2 different areas. But the new NATO cast went small 10 sig. 10 sig in Kentucky and a 10 sig in Northeast Mississippi. Yeah, NATO cast not very consistent with its updates. Well, it was a near full-blown supercell before. It had a pretty good hook, but now it literally is just a tornado from a rain shower. So, tornado being observed near Jackson in southwest Tennessee. Being your safe spot there. Possibly 70 mile-an-hour winds with this severe in 2 areas. Going into western Tennessee, so north, quite a bit north of Memphis there. Potentially 70 mile-an-hour winds about to move through the Millington area over the next 30 minutes or so. Running really bad here in Illinois. Just got out 20 minutes later. Yep. Depends exactly where you are, but there's some very heavy rain. Princeton, Illinois, west of Sterling, Illinois, Paxton, Illinois, south of Lincoln, Illinois. Ooh, look at that. Funnel cloud reported for Paxton, Illinois. It was actually reported just to the southwest of Ludlow, Illinois. Want to go see that from radar if we can. Oh, yep. Definitely rotating. For sure. Yeah, no wonder why there's a funnel reported on that. So definitely a tornado trying to touch down to the west of Ludlow right now in eastern Illinois. Still a good-looking supercell here in southern Arkansas, but it's far from the radar site, so that rotation may be corruption. Likely is corruption going towards Winchester, southeastern Arkansas. Likely one of our best chance for a significant or intense tornado today is out here in northeast Mississippi. This storm, it is not able to deliver just yet. It is very much struggling. Very, very much struggling. Back to the observed warning for Jackson here. Still a velocity couplet right over the I-40 corridor, so there is still a chance this is on the ground directly over Jackson in southwest Tennessee. Connor's gotten behind the storms in eastern Arkansas. He's trying to get out in front of him again. All right, see if this is still observed. Yep. Still a tornado being observed in now in Jackson. No debris being shown anywhere. Tornado is on the ground though still. Yeah, we actually have a camera visual 10 minutes ago of a tornado on the ground approaching downtown Jackson. That camera is still live 2 minutes ago, no tornado on the ground. So it looks like this is no longer on the ground here. I'm going to go see this camera for myself real quick. Yep, not on the ground. So it's observed, but there is no tornado on the ground anymore. It was on the ground, though. No, that was corruption. It's been there the whole time. You can see it. Corruption, 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 corruption. All on the southern side for that CC. If it was a tornado debris signature, it would be here. Not down in here. I want to go back up to that storm in eastern Illinois, see if it's still rotating. Not rotating nearly as well now. That broke apart on the last scan quite a lot. So, funnel cloud was reported southwest of Paxton and likely nearly got a tornado west of Ludlow in east central Illinois. Wow, pretty good rotation now. Possibly one of the stronger areas of rotation we've seen today. About to go over Warrensburg in Illinois. Currently tornado warned. Doesn't look like more than about 70 mile per hour velocities there. Warrensburg, Illinois. Make sure you're in your safe spot. It's one of the stronger regions of rotation we've seen today. Storm back down in just northwest of Winchester, Tennessee. Very broad velocities, still a little rotation there. Tornado warned for 12 more minutes. The observed tornado warning still says observed, but the tornado is now lifted before it moved into Jackson, Tennessee. So I don't think Jackson was hit by that. Also now upgraded severe for 70 mile an hour winds. We talked about this storm earlier. They just upgraded it to 70 mile an hour winds here on the border of Arkansas, Tennessee. That's where your border is. So that's going to go into Mollington, Tennessee in about 25 minutes. Do any of them have anything, Kevin? Is there a wall cloud on it? I mean, it's in a good environment. I'm pretty sure it's in almost the best environment we have right now. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is very close to the best environment we have. New tornado warning somewhere.
Tornado
I don't
warning
see it.
for
Oh,
Southwestern Union Parish in north-central Louisiana, northeastern Lincoln Parish in north-central Louisiana, Lincoln, and Union County in Louisiana.
this is the area I talked about earlier for a tornado threat with these 4 supercells that fired in Louisiana. And one of them now tornado one for Farmerville. Pretty good rotation. Looks like some corruption, though. It's on the southern end of it, so likely somewhat corrupted velocities there. But a tornado trying to drop very near Farmerville. Very, very close to Farmerville in Louisiana. New severe out here for Morristown. This is mainly just a big time wind threat. 60 mile an hour winds. Hail threat is very low. Possibly hail as high as and as large as 1 inch in diameter, but that hail threat should remain less than an inch in diameter. Mainly 60 mile an hour winds there. Going back up to Illinois. Just watch this storm near Warrenburg really, really closely. Just watching that very closely. Warrenburg, Illinois. Looks like that did break apart on the new scan, so that's good. Alright, let's go back down to Arkansas again. So we're still watching this prefrontal supercell capable of rotating. Not yet seeing anything that shows it being a wall cloud or nothing like that. A new mesoscale discussion from the SPC. I will show you guys that as soon as the graphic comes in, which might be about 5 minutes. Yeah, still not sold on that couplet of, quote, rotation. It's likely not rotating that much. Might have a little rotation with it, though. New tornado watch for the potential of an increasing wind threat as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour, as well as an increasing tornado threat for the potential of a strong tornado or two, and an increasing threat for hail, potentially hail up to about 2 inch in diameter. So, new MCD there. Like I said, I'll show you guys the graphic once I get it. All right. Let's go back to Tennessee here.
Northeastern Franklin County in Middle Tennessee, Franklin County in Tennessee.
Yeah, they're continuing that warning because it still looks like it has a hook on radar, and it's still a little area of rotation, enough to warrant another warning here into Winchester, Tennessee. I'm pretty sure this is the storm that dropped a tornado in Alabama about 30 minutes before we started the live stream. Yep, it is. I just wanted to check that. I just wanted to see if it was. Confirmed tornado in Illinois, apparently. That might be just a bug on GR Earth. It is not. It is now observed. That is not just a bug. Emergency management. Emergency management has confirmed a tornado on the ground near Warrenburg. 12 miles northwest. Yeah, that would put it right near that velocity couplet. So tornado on the ground somewhere generally in this area. It did pick up the rotation. You can see it clearly right in here. I mean, this was really starting to rotate in all this area here. And it likely just dropped a tornado, and that might be lifting now that they've observed it. And like this one that's still observed. Is this still on the ground? They have kept this observed. Apparently, weather spotters have still confirmed a tornado on the ground along the I-40 corridor here, northeast of Jackson, Tennessee.
Tornado warning for Central Hickman County in Middle Tennessee, Hickman County in Tennessee.
All right. Is that for that cell there? Yeah, that's what I was thinking it was for. This one's much more difficult to see for rotation. That's for Centerville, Tennessee. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Don't really see a lot of rotation there, but they have tornado warned it just in case it is rotating. So make sure you're in your safe spot, Centerville, Tennessee. That one's very difficult to tell if it's rotating a lot or not. Let's see here. Looks like this is this just dropped a tornado. Yeah, it looks like cameras, the same camera that just observed a previous tornado. What was that? Not with this same storm? It wasn't. It was with the prefrontal. So, yeah, the same camera. Actually, this one might be the northern one. We have two cameras in this area. Yes, it's the northern one. So the southern camera observed a tornado about 30 minutes ago, and now this one seems to have just observed a brief tornado as well. So two cameras apparently have observed a tornado now. Apparently there was a brief touchdown west of Centerville in central Tennessee. Yeah, these cameras are definitely helping a lot. What is that? That's like the third camera that has caught a tornado today. Actually the fourth. I think the fourth, because I'm pretty sure we have one in Waterloo that caught one, and then I know for a fact this was a camera. This one was just a camera. This one was just a camera. So all three of these, this tornado warning just got confirmed by a camera, although it's not observed. The observed one has been observed by a camera. And then this report is a camera observing a tornado from about 30 minutes ago. And then I can't remember, but there might have been a camera that observed the water spout near Waterloo in northwest Alabama. So how many have we had? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've had 4 tornadoes. We need 2 more tornadoes in Tennessee, Mississippi, or Alabama, somewhere in this area. 2 more generally in this region to confirm a regional tornado outbreak. For this to be a regional, small-scale tornado outbreak. The ones in Illinois don't count because that's in Illinois. That's not regional. So I know we've had one in Illinois here and one in Iowa here, which makes 6 today, but that's not regional. It has to be a general small area. It can't be like this is not regional, all right? That's not a regional area. It would have to be 6 tornadoes in, say, like from central Tennessee to West Tennessee. That would be a regional outbreak if we had like 6 tornadoes in this area. Regional small scale tornado outbreak. Like I've seen people go like we had hypothetically like 4 tornadoes here in Tennessee, 1 tornado in Louisiana, and then a tornado in California, and then they call it a tornado outbreak because that makes 6. No, it has to be a regional region. Like they'd be counting one all the way over in California as a regional tornado outbreak for Tennessee. Is this line coming through the last Northwest Tennessee? Should have to worry about. You might have to reword that. Is this a line coming through the last Northwest Tennessee? Should have to worry about. If you mean Northwest Tennessee, this is the last line. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, you're good after this line. I figured that's what you were trying to say. Yeah, after the line passes, you're good. It's just for West Tennessee now. If you're in this area, it's just one and done. But some of these say, like, for instance, Jackson, you just got hit by a tornado, likely on the west side, possibly also on the northeast side, and you still have another line to go through. This line right in here, which is definitely a lot weaker than forecasted. Definitely a lot weaker than forecasted. Waiting to see the new mesoscale discussion. It is still not out. It leads me to the mesoscale discussion from last year. Yeah, but it depends on where you are. Like I said, Jackson, you just got hit by one storm. There's still another storm to go. But once you're behind this line, you're good. Once you are behind this line, this is the cold front. So behind that line means you are good. So if you are in like Tiptonville in extreme northeastern Tennessee, you're good from severe weather. There's still a little rain shower to your south, but if you're in like Tipton, northwest Tennessee, cold front is passing you now. Okay. I'm going to go back down to Arkansas here again. Just going to keep an eye on this one in Arkansas. It's about to go through a cell merge, so it's likely not going to be able to be tornadic for a little bit. If it ever has been, it's still not even tor possible, so they don't believe it's tornadic. Okay, there we go. Give me just a second here. All right. Two chasers have a visual of it. Does it have a wall cloud like Men just asked? Ground scraping wall cloud. Okay. So it's definitely rotating in Arkansas now. So this is rotating for sure over Winchester. Still not even tour possible. It's about to get a cell merger though, so that's probably going to ruin it for a little bit, but it may try to produce later on. Oh, we're back severe in northeast Mississippi. That's got to be corruption. Yeah, that looks like corrupted velocities, but this may be rotating at least a little bit near Booneville, Mississippi. Looks like it's rotating at least a bit in Booneville, Mississippi. They still haven't fixed that mesoscale discussion. It still leads to the one from last year, so... Till then, can't show it. I'm not able to show it because it's literally... It's leading to the one in the northeast from 2024. New warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern DeWitt County in central Illinois,
yeah.
Southeastern McLean County in central Illinois, DeWitt and McLean County in Illinois.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. I don't even think there's any rotation on this at all. That might be a 5 mile-an-hour couplet right there. Maybe right here. A little rotation with that going into Empire, Eastern Illinois, so be in your safe spot. Still at an observed warning for 9 minutes for both of those storms, the one in Illinois and the one in Tennessee. Said it's rapidly rotating. It shouldn't rotate for too much longer because it's getting a cell merge. But after it's done that cell merge in about 30 minutes, it'll probably try to rotate again. So it shouldn't be a good tornado threat for long. Let's see here. What in the world? Wait, is that actually true? Give me a moment to confirm this real quick. Let me see here. I know it's somewhere around here. Maybe it was this. I'll let y'all know in just a second. Yeah, so that's what I thought. The National Weather Service in Nashville can't issue tornado warnings because they're undergoing very, very important AWIPS updates. My National Weather Service did that last week. So if you look at the tornado warning here, the National Weather Service in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, has issued a tornado warning to the southwest of Nashville, Tennessee. Look at that. Fort Worth, Texas issued this National Weather Service tornado warning. Isn't that something? Not something you see very often. Fort Worth, Texas issuing a tornado warning for Centerville, Tennessee. Hey, they're doing good though. Like, they're doing really good. They're actually doing really good. They've gotten all the ones that have been warned so far have been rotating, and two of them actually produce tornadoes. So they are doing good. All right, here comes a new warning. Apparently. Yep, somewhere.
Tornado warning for Central Piatt
Probably
County in
Illinois.
central Illinois,
Yeah.
Eastern DeWitt County in central Illinois, Northeastern Macon County in central Illinois, DeWitt, Macon, and Piatt County in Illinois.
Not much rotation there, just a bit. But enough to promote a new warning, just in case it tries to recycle. So, better safe than sorry, they just continued that warning just in case. There you go. Alright. Tornado on the ground. I'm guessing, yeah, this storm.
Northeastern Mississippi, Northeastern Prentiss County in
Oh.
northeastern Mississippi, Southeastern Alcorn County in northeastern Mississippi, Alcorn, Prentiss, and Tishomingo County in Mississippi.
Is warned. The target storm of the day that I would have been for is warned. I've been calling out that cluster ever since we started the live stream over 3 hours ago. And it is now tornado warned in northeast Mississippi, right where I said it would be warned. Or potentially tornadic. Extreme northeast Mississippi is what I was saying. And it's now tornado warned there for Luca in Boonville, northeast Mississippi. And it's likely rotating quite a lot. I don't know if it's rotating that strongly, but it's likely rotating quite a lot there. So apparently there was a quick tornado on the ground. It's likely already lifted. East of Winchester in Arkansas. Likely a brief weak tornado there, unwarned. New severe warning going towards Franklin. Tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75-inch hail. And that was issued, again, by Fort Worth, Texas, for Franklin, Tennessee. They're going to be the ones to take over for a while. Likely the reason for that is probably because their backup, I think, is Morristown, Illinois. Or not Morristown, Illinois. Morristown, Tennessee. That NWS is Nashville's backup. But they're also, they're issuing some severes too.
Tornado warning for
So they just had Dallas
Callaway
do it,
County
which
in western
has
Kentucky,
no weather right now.
Southeastern Marshall County in western Kentucky, Southeastern Graves County in western Kentucky, Callaway, Graves, and Marshall County in Kentucky.
Actually, a pretty good area of rotation right there, trying to spin up a tornado in Kentucky. That includes the southern side of Benton, Hardin, Dexter in that, Farmington, just to the southeast of Mayfield, Kentucky. Doesn't look very strong right now, but could produce a weak tornado quite quickly if it ramps up at all. It could definitely produce a tornado going towards Coldwater and eventually Dexter in Kentucky. So tornado warning still in place out here for Luca in northeastern Mississippi as well. Want to go back up to Illinois for just a minute because we still have 2 tornado warnings up there. I don't think we're observed anymore. Oh, never mind. We still are for a little under 60 seconds. And then we'll be back down to radar indicated. Not much rotation here, but possibly a little pocket of 70-mile-an-hour winds going towards Empire and Leroy in central Illinois. Wait for the next scan on this. We are going to be no longer observed in just a second. All right, we should be no longer at an observed warning. Yep, everything radar indicated. What do you want about over there, Ben? What do you want about over there? Let me see. Is this what you're talking about? It comes up when I put an L and an I, so... Is this what you're talking about? I guess that's what you're talking about. This just makes sure all my pronunciations are right. You guys see this town. You know exactly what town I'm talking about. Ben's just a little picky today. He needs to go get his nap in. Indianapolis, you are in the risk. You are very much in the risk for all severe hazards. But our latest model runs don't have you getting much more than just light rain through the day and then some heavy rain, maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds towards 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern tonight. Morristown, Tennessee, you guys aren't even in these severe anymore. But if you're in like Greenville, Tennessee, it definitely has some winds with it. Very little tornado threat. The main thing is 60-mile-an-hour winds going towards Greenville, Tennessee. Barely any hail threat. Just really a lot of wind and very heavy rain.
Tornado warning for South Central Crittenden County in western Kentucky, southeastern Livingston County in western Kentucky, northwestern Caldwell County in western Kentucky, northwestern Leon County in western Kentucky, Caldwell, Crittenden, Livingston, and Leon County in Kentucky.
So that's another area of rotation in western Kentucky. Right in here, moving up to the northeast towards Crider, barely northwest of Princeton in Kentucky. Definitely could produce a tornado at any moment. Both of these areas in Kentucky are rotating quite a good amount. So we're up to 7 tornado warnings now. 7 tornado warnings, and they are very scattered. We have 2 in Kentucky, 1 in central Tennessee, 1 in southeast Tennessee, 1 in northeast Mississippi, 1 in north central Louisiana, and then 1 in central Illinois. Very, very scattered warnings. And now we have 2 in Louisiana for the same cell here going towards Sterlington, and that's getting pretty strong. I don't know how accurate that is. Gracious day, Radar Omega. I didn't even scroll out at all. Just did that. That's getting pretty strong, so could drop a tornado going towards Sterlington in north central Louisiana. Here comes a beep.
Tornado warning for southeastern Union Parish in north central Louisiana, northeastern Washita Parish in north central Louisiana, Washita and Union County in Louisiana.
All right, let's go back up here. So that makes 8 tornado warnings now active. 8 warnings. Yeah, the one in Centerville, that's definitely going to be allowed to expire in 11 minutes unless it really intensifies. There you go. No, the wind shear is still pretty bad. These storms aren't rotating very, like, vigorously or anything like that. Another good area of rotation going into Clarksburg, Tennessee. But I think a lot of these areas that look strong are corruption. Like, see, this is a pretty broad area of rotation, but definitely capable. This fell apart very fast. Fell apart very, very fast over Coldwater, Kentucky. The Northeast Mississippi one fell apart as well because that was probably some corruption there, but still could produce. The one in North Central Louisiana is in a radar hole, so that's probably some corruption, but still is rotating. So honestly, none of these look really good. None of them look like they're going to produce. They could if they ramp up, but none of them look like they are like about to be on the ground. They all look fairly broad and fairly weak. The one that I'm watching the most is probably the one in Louisiana. Hence why we have 8 tornado warnings and 0 observed. Because none of the areas of rotation are really that strong or look extremely like they're about to produce. They could, like I said, they still could produce, so you want to be in your safe spot if you're in a warning, but none of them really look that crazy to me. Where is this warning at? The heck? We just got a new warning. I have no idea where it is. Just had to check California real quick. You never know. You never know. Those pop up out of nowhere in California.
Tornado warning for South Central Ford County in East Central Illinois, Southwestern Iroquois County in East Central
Oh, there it
Illinois,
is.
Ford and Iroquois County in Illinois.
That's the one over Paxton, right? Yeah, Paxton. I'll stand by what I said. I mean, it really doesn't look that good. But they did warn it anyways. So the main one I'm watching out of all 9 of these warnings is the one in North Central Louisiana right now. Huge underperformance for our line right now. Absolutely huge underperformance for our line in West Tennessee, West Northwest Mississippi. Huge underperformance. And I couldn't tell you why. This is what it's supposed to look like in Tennessee right now. A well-organized line of intense, severe storms with large hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and multiple tornadoes, potentially even a strong tornado or two. And this is what it actually looks like. A very weak line with the one severe, and then another cluster down here with only one severe. And then, of course, we do have Southwest Kentucky. But nothing like this. Just huge underperformance in Western Tennessee and Northwest Mississippi right now. Very large underperformance there. Look at the HRRR tonight, apparently. Alright. Honestly, none of these are observed. I'm going to go get me some food real quick. I'm going to go get me some food. I will be right back. So give me just a moment.
Tornado warning for northeastern Henderson County in West Tennessee, Benton County in West Tennessee, eastern Carroll County in West Tennessee, Benton, Carroll, and Henderson County in Tennessee.
Alright, y'all. I'm back. Is that one did that one in Illinois just go observed? Yep, it did. That just went observed. I haven't eaten. I just brought my food in here. I'll eat it in just a second. So, tornado on the ground out here in Paxton, Illinois. This one tried to produce near Ludlow in Illinois. It looks like it successfully produced just a second ago. Emergency management has observed that tornado. So, tornado on the ground in Paxton, Illinois. See where Connor is. Connor targeted Western Tennessee today. Eastern Arkansas, Western Tennessee, which was the way to go. But it just didn't happen.
Tornado warning for West Central Shickett County in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Ashley County in southeastern Arkansas, Ashley, and Shickett County in Arkansas.
These are in radar holes. They're very hard to track. They're in radar holes, so very difficult to see. Up to 10 tornado warnings. I believe that's a new warning in Tennessee. Yeah, that's a new tornado warning when I left. They warned that. I was talking about that in Clarksburg, Tennessee. Alright, I'm going to get eating my food. Because I don't want it to get freezing cold, so just bear with me. I'll leave you guys on Connor, actually. That way you guys don't just have zero to watch. I don't even know what he's doing. We're going to find out together.
Yeah, I saw that. There's a bunch of crap behind us, and by the time I get there...
He's probably not going to be too happy about the big underperformance over here. All right, let's go full screen to Connor. So I can eat. There you go. Alright. He is in Clarksdale, Tennessee.
Like, really? Every single freaking storm is tornado warning, but the ones that I'm on.
Yeah, I see the one in Clarksburg. I pointed that out before I left, and it got tornado warned while I was gone.
I'm gonna go north up here and see what the storm looks like.
I should be able to run right into that tornado one. Storm. Yeah, well, I know you were further south than I think any of us, so good luck down there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm only 30 minutes out of Arcola, just east of Lake Village. Copy that. I finally got data. My goodness. You coming over to the Mississippi side? I'm just trying to get south at this rate.
Nice shelf cloud ahead of us.
I think we're both gonna end up on the same storm down there, Brandon.
So I'll let you know if any of them get upgraded. Right now, the only observed is the one in a radar hole, of course, in Paxton, Illinois. Most of these, actually, all of our tornado warnings are in radar holes. Maybe except for the far west one in central Illinois. They're really, all of them are in radar holes.
And in every area but this area.
Like all 7.
Forecasted best environment. Like,
If you're on the Mississippi side.
the forecasted best environment, and this is the shit I get. It's been
Language.
happening in the last, like, 3 days. What happened in the last 3 days, dude? I position in the heart of the target, and for some reason, whatever storm I'm on is just trash. Whatever storm that I get, ever since that tornado in freaking, ever since the tornado in the Missouri boot.
Alright. Yeah, Gonda's not having a good day today. I mean, that's where I would have probably gone too. I would have either gone to Northeast Mississippi or West Tennessee. And it's just not doing anything. Yeah, I think that one in Clarksburg's very close to being on the ground. Let's see if we got anything else here. I think we got a destructive severe. Yep, 2.75-inch hail over Franklin, Tennessee right now. That's a destructive severe. Observed destructive severe, I believe. Yep, observed 70-mile-an-hour winds and observed 2.75-inch hail. At least it's something. Connor's seeing something. He's north of Clarksdale, Tennessee right now. Yeah, that's crazy, Ben, considering the forecast. Big underperformance in Western Tennessee right now, which is right where Connor is. Also, that one in Tennessee, or not Tennessee, Illinois, Paxton, Illinois. Emergency management reported a tornado on the ground north of Illinois 9 and 1600 East Road, west of Paxton, Illinois. 8 minutes ago. And it's now back down to radar indicated. So everything is back to radar indicated. Sometimes chasing just goes wrong, like right now in Western Tennessee for Connor. Did his wipers just randomly turn back on? What? Yeah, the main storm I'm watching is that radar hole one over Brewston in west central Tennessee. The only way Connor cusses is if he's having a horrible chase day or if somebody is really annoying him.
278.
For instance, now West Tennessee 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that's it. Or the other day, where he encountered 4 to 5 different chasers just sitting in the middle of the road 4 to 5 different times. Every time he'd pull up over a hill, there'd be a chaser in the middle of the road just stopped there, and he'd have to stop and pull around him. Or if they don't use blinkers or slam on their brakes to turn around and pop a UE illegally. That stuff makes him really mad. Alright, almost back.
Tornado warning for southeastern Callaway County in western Kentucky, Callaway County in Kentucky.
Alrighty. So, all these are still radar indicated. Yep, new warning there. Very small warning for New Concord in Kentucky. Very small new warning there. Still for over 1,000 people though. Wow. Looks like they're going to let that go. No longer tornado warning there in northeast Mississippi. That expires in 23 minutes. Storm in Shreveport still looks good, but it's far from radar. So that's probably why it looks good. So we've seen 3 tornadoes up here. One in Paxton, one in central Illinois, and one west of Davenport. And we've seen, what, 4 still down here? Thinking this will likely end up being a regional tornado outbreak by the end of the day. Most likely. Got a new meso-analysis here. See if that has really increased or not in wind shear. They never fixed that mesoscale discussion, by the way. It was never fixed for me. So I never got to read the actual discussion. Let's see. Yep, wind shear has improved over western Tennessee, but might be too late now. Seems like it might be too late. Mississippi? Let me see. I'll go see if Reed has anything. See if Reed has something here. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to see it. Yeah, there's actually a chance that might be a tornado on the ground there in Mississippi. That's on this storm. Reed might have a tornado on the ground. No longer going to be tornado warned here in Louisiana. That expires in 20 minutes, and they continued a tour possible severe. Still out here in Illinois, there's really nothing to look at. Not a lot of rotation anywhere. But still, those tornado warnings going to watch for a potential tornado to drop, especially on the one over Paxton, Illinois. Yeah, so we have four prefrontal storms right now. 4 main prefrontal storms. That one in Mississippi and Alabama, the border there. Reed said rain wrap tornado on the ground. The one in Central Tennessee seems like that is no longer warned. This one here in West Central Tennessee could drop a tornado at any moment, and the one in Southeast Tennessee looks like it is probably done tornado-wise. See here. All right. So these storms still are tornadic. Ooh, this one south of Nashville. Both of these little areas of rotation. I have to keep an eye on that. That is your destructive severe, by the way. Southwest of Nashville. That's going to head right towards Legacy. I'm pretty sure she's out of school. But that's going to go right towards Murfreesboro. Very, very close to Murfreesboro. Yeah, just all these are in radar holes.
Tornado warning for
oh, there you go.
southeastern Lewis County
That's
in
south.
Middle Tennessee, northeastern Lawrence County in Middle Tennessee, southern Maury County in Middle Tennessee, Lawrence, Lewis, and Maury County in Tennessee.
So there's another warning. That is south of our destructive severe, so that's for Mount Pleasant in Tennessee. Just a very weak area of rotation there. Your line is still strong. It's just, I think it's a lot more north than originally thought. I think this line right in here was probably expected to be more to the southwest. But I mean, that line is still going strong, still producing widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds there. The one Reed's on is no longer tornado warned, so we are down to we're still at 7. So that's still pretty far up there. Although we should lose 1. Yeah, we should lose 1 here in a minute. So we'll be down to 6 warnings. Still plenty of warnings to keep an eye on. Let's see here.
Tornado warning for south central Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, southern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, Colbert, and Lauderdale County in Alabama.
That's the one Reed's on. So that includes the southern side of Florence in northwest Alabama, where we now just got a new tornado warning. Not very strong rotation, but it is rotating. You can see it right there. And that's going to move. It should stay south of Florence, Alabama. Should stay just to the south of Florence, Alabama. So we're right back up to, actually, I thought we were at 7. We're at 6. Must have lost 2 warnings there. Yeah, the one in Arkansas was canceled early. And then, of course, the one in Illinois expired. Still the radar indicated one, though, northeast of Paxton, Illinois in place. Still going to watch this area for a rotation to spin up southwest of, southwest of Nashville. This is actually very close to being the first tornado of the day. What? Oh, it's very close to the first tornado of the day. Yeah, because we had one in Waterloo. I see what you're saying now, Ben. Concord, Tennessee. Are you talking about this storm? Northwest of Chattanooga? Or are you talking about something over here? There's nothing good over here. There's just a little rain shower there. Oh, New Concord. My bad. New Concord, Tennessee. New Concord, Tennessee. That pops up as Kentucky, not Tennessee, apparently. Can you give me another name? Is it tornado warned or anything? For some reason, New Concord is not popping up. Let's see here. Still a weak rotation there. Over Camden. Oh, it is in Kentucky? Oh, okay, well that's why. Yeah, okay. So that's the rotation that's currently tornado warned going into northwest Tennessee. I think that's a new warning that just got issued. Right there. That's really good rotation. That could easily drop. Yeah, I think that's a
Tornado
new warning.
warning for Central Stewart County in Middle Tennessee, Stewart County in Tennessee.
Yep. It's your new warning for the storm Sam was just talking about. Right in here. So that's going to go towards Big Rock and near Dover in northwestern Tennessee. Oh, hey, Legacy, I was just talking about you. Severe off to your west for some pretty big hail. Yeah, I don't see rotation with that anymore. It really all dissipated. There was rotation on it for like a scan or two, but it all dissipated now. It's in the upper levels, though. You could see it. So that one's still upper level rotation in Spring Hill. But closer to the surface, nothing. So it's an upper level mesocyclone. Go to the analysis radars here. So that's still in a good spot. Still in a good spot. We're going to move this to the Nashville radar. See if we got this one. Memphis. Yeah, we're still using Memphis. And this in Illinois, we're still using this for now. Everything's gone expected in Illinois. No development out in southwest or west central Indiana or east central Illinois yet. Still just the main cluster we were expecting. That's definitely different for Tennessee. Things are not going how we expected in Tennessee. Main line is significantly weaker, but it is starting to strengthen. It is starting to strengthen there. Yeah, our line's really beginning to strengthen here. Still a big gap in where I thought our main risk was going to be. And where many other people were thinking the main risk would be too, but it's just simply not playing out, so Glad the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center didn't pull that moderate risk this morning. Clarksville radar. Yeah, that would be a good idea, huh? I might just have to get a full new radar site for that. Yeah. I'll open up a third radar. Or no, a fifth. This is the fifth one. I promise I can count. I promise. I just, yeah, that PDS severe, by the way, was downgraded. I'm just gonna double check again. It just got re-upgraded. Yeah, it just got re-upgraded back to 2.75 inch hail. They just re-upgraded that. Radar indicated. Last time it was observed. It was observed by a report last time. Now it's radar indicated. And radar holes are just so annoying. They make it feel like there's nothing to talk about when you have so many warnings. Like, we literally have 6 tornado warnings, and it's difficult for me to do an analysis on any of them. Because they're all in radar holes. Literally. They're all in this radar hole we talked about. Right in here. It's 1, 2, 3 there. And then 4 there. And then 5 there. And then our 6th one, we just lost 1. So only 6 now. Our 6th one is not so much in a radar hole. But the problem is we're having to scan through a full-blown near 3-inch hail core to scan the one that's not fully in a radar hole. And this one is coming out of a radar hole. So this one's going to start being... It's starting to get easier to scan. So we're going to be able to watch one of our 6 tornado warnings. Really, only one of them is not in a radar hole. Dumb old browser source still bugging up there at the top left. There you go.
Tornado warning for
Let me
South
guess, this
Central
is in a radar
Iroquois
hole
County
too?
in
Yep.
East Central Illinois.
That's in a radar hole.
Iroquois County in Illinois.
That's a radar hole. So be in your safe spot there. Fountain Creek in East Central Illinois. But that is in a radar hole as well. You can see the rotation still present on radar, but it's just very far away, so it's probably not that accurate. Huntsville radar, that's still really, really far. But that is a bit better. And it doesn't show much rotation there. Alright, back down to 6 warnings. It just canceled one of those in Illinois. Let me see here. Okay. How to explain to someone how hail forms? I mean, it's a bit complicated. I could see why a lot of people don't know that. I mean, it's not extremely complicated, but I could see why a lot of people don't know it. 45% wind risk. I'd be pretty shocked if that's able to verify. If this whole line is able to intensify, say this line is still here, right? But we need that line to get longer. If that line can get longer and last for 5 more hours through the entire or most of the 45% wind risk, then it would verify. But most models indicate that line is going to start to die out as soon as 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern. The NAM is doing horrible with the placement of this line. Absolutely horrible. HRRR, not doing much better, though. Not doing much better with the HRRR. None of these warnings are observed. Like I said, really only one of them isn't in a radar hole. This one is starting to get outside of a radar hole here. Hopkinsville now in a severe for 70-mile-an-hour wind. So this line, it's strengthening. We're starting to get a few more severes for 70-mile-an-hour winds there. Cold front is still back in here, so we've got a long way to go for our risk. These storms are very slow. Very, very slow. I will not be live for the entire enhanced risk. That's just impossible. There's a very low chance I'm live for the whole enhanced. Okay. I think Lucky's school gets out in very early June. Looks like they're not going to continue that tornado warning. Expires in 16 minutes. They just continued a severe for an hour and 1 minute. So we're at 6 tornado warnings, none observed, and we are at 26 severes. Plenty of severes. Random little cell north of Chattanooga. Ben, that's not a random cell. That's the cell that produced your first tornado of the entire day. That's not a random cell. That's your storm that produced the first tornado today. It's currently on a dying out trend. Good news I have for you is there's a lot of over-convection with these prefrontals. There's still prefrontals, though, so that's the bad news. But the good news is there's a lot of other storms in that area. So it's competing for... all those little cells are also competing for the big cells environment. So we've had still, I think we're at 4 tornadoes here in our main risk area with 3 in Illinois. Much of Arkansas just got dropped from that tornado watch. Only the southeast side of Arkansas remains in that tornado watch. wanted to see what the 21ZH has, see if it takes into account the weakening line in northwest Mississippi. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, Ben. Wouldn't surprise me if we see a very late tornado warning, or a very late strong tornado, out of maybe like a prefrontal. Wouldn't surprise. Wouldn't be surprised. Line is still pushing eastward here in western Tennessee. Thankfully, already catching up to some of our prefrontals, so that's good. But we should have prefrontals through much of the day. That's my thinking. This is all that's left of your first line. Just some light to moderate rain across this area, and then some moderate to heavy rain with a severe storm or two down here near Bristol, Tennessee. Yep, I was going to say, probably the Illinois radar hole. Pretty good rotation there, going towards Royal, Illinois. Royal, Illinois now in a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Vermilion County in east central Illinois, east central Champaign County in east central Illinois, Champaign and Vermilion County in Illinois.
Kevin, you mustn't have looked at model runs today. Our lower level jet is going to ramp up by a entire 0 knots into the overnight hours, so. Kevin, let me show you our lower level jet, buddy. You say it's going to go up to 35 knots, right? Let's just zoom in on that contour, and let's just look at what our lower level jet is right now across a very good chunk of our enhanced risk area. And let's just go into the future here by 6 hours and notice how, if anything, 35 knot lower level jet shrinks. It shrinks. So, yeah, you're not going to have much of a lower level jet uptick tonight. Plenty of models. Okay, RAP does not. Let's see. Wow, the NAM model is horribly wrong. Wow, it is horribly wrong. It has your line in West Tennessee at 8 o'clock. It has your line in Northwest Mississippi at 8 p.m. So pretty much right where it is now is where the NAM has it in 2 hours. That is horrible. Okay, the GFS a little bit more accurate. And that has your LLJ getting up to as high as 40 knots over central Tennessee. But it's a very, very messy mode. The Euro model has no increase with your lower level jet. Barely an increase, if anything. So the NAM is the only one that increases it by a good amount. And that model run is dead wrong already. The NAM puts it up to almost 55 knots, which is like 20 more than what it currently is. But the NAM's already dead wrong with the placement of the cold front. And the NAM initiated 3 hours ago, so Most of your warnings are focused in this area here for the moment. Plenty of severes and 4 tornado warnings there. The other area is up in northeast Illinois. And then we have some scattered severes here in Louisiana and 1 severe in Mississippi. Can you imagine if they went moderate? Can you imagine if they went moderate for the area I was thinking? Shows you how sometimes things it just doesn't happen. Even if you have a little bit of a, even if you have a little lower level wind shear, that should still keep storms alive, but just didn't happen. Just simply did not happen. They were considering going moderate too, but they ultimately didn't. Which was a really, really good call. Still at 6 tornado warnings right now. One in Florence, still going to keep an eye on that. I wonder where that storm's going to go in Mississippi. I wonder if it's going to start moving northeast. Right now, it's moving dead east. Has some cell mergers coming up for it over the next hour. Some cell mergers going up towards it. Yeah, very, very messy prefrontals. The lower level shear has increased, but it's increased over 2 areas. One area where our convection is not even present, and one area where the convection is extremely messy over west central Tennessee. It's increased over this sloppy area, and then it's increased over the area with no convection. I'm ready for a break. Yep, I sure am, Ben. I'm ready. I'll probably have my not my tornado season, my hurricane season forecast out. It likely will still be around a week. It's in the works. I've already started research on it, but I likely won't get it out until after NOAA's forecast. It probably won't be until, I'm probably thinking late May. Either late May or very early June. One or the other. Because I'm very busy this weekend, so it's going to be difficult for me to get it out anytime this week. So I'll really start putting in a bunch of hours on it next week. Which that's, let's see. Yeah, that's May 26th. That's when I'll really start working on it a lot. And Thursday, too. I can work on it Thursday, for sure. I'll just get it done bit by bit. Continuing that tornado warning into Chapel Hill, Tennessee.
Tornado warning for northeastern Marshall County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Maury County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, Marshall, Maury, and Williamson County in Tennessee.
Random guy, there's going to be a belt of flow across the U.S. for a couple more days. So there's still the chance for some severe storms Thursday in likely Texas. Friday, there's also a good chance for some severe storms, probably in Oklahoma, Texas. Same goes for Saturday, but all of them look low end our next widespread notable severe weather event that could be like, say, enhanced or moderate caliber for a large area probably won't be until mid-June. Unless something big changes, which is possible. It is possible something big changes. Or early June, early to mid-June. We're probably going to have a very long stretch with not much very significant severe weather. Now, where's this one going to be? Huh. Watch it pop up. Oh, destructive severe for you, Legacy. For 2.75-inch hail. I think Radar Omega is bugging because I don't hear any beeps. I think that was not a new warning. That was just Radar Omega being Radar Omega. Have fun with some large hail. Legacy observed, at least observed 2.5-inch hail. Let's see here. Where'd I put my phone at? I gotta get my phone real quick. I need to do something. Okay. Give me just a moment. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. Yep, we've had 5 violent tornadoes this year. Isn't that crazy? Bro, this dude named one. This dude been named one violent tornado. Then he got another violent tornado, and then he missed the other 3. Dude. We're at 5 tornado warnings, but one of those, or 2 of those are actually duplicates, so one actually expires. Yeah, now we're down to 4 warnings that just expired. You can see expires in 0 seconds. And this one expires in 30 minutes up here, so pretty far down on tornado warnings here. Very sloppy setup. And not nearly what I was expecting. I need to look at the rest of the HRRR here. What is it doing? It has storms in this area right now. And in an hour, they become a supercell. Sure, buddy. HRRR's just spitting out all types of stuff right now. It's confusing. Down to 19 severes here, 1 PDS severe. One PDS severe. And then we're down to 4 tornado warnings. Hopefully this is just a hail threat here, not much of a tornado threat. It is still tornado warned, but hopefully it doesn't pose much longer of a risk there. HRRR is still pretty horrible. Doing a trash job. Absolute trash job with today's event. Our environment's pretty favorable now, so if we could get a prefrontal in the right spot, we could easily get a strong tornado, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. You're good, Legacy. Just get home safely. That's all that matters. Really, really, Cody, really. Where's the two violent tornadoes? Where's the few violent tornadoes today? What happened to that? We have seen 4 tornadoes today, so we're near a regional outbreak. Well, we've seen 7 tornadoes overall, but 4 in like this area here. We've seen 4 in this regional area. I mean, there's still definitely time for a strong tornado to occur.
Warning for Central Shicket County in southeastern Arkansas, Central Washington County in northwestern Mississippi, Shicket County in Arkansas, Washington County in Mississippi.
There's a new warning there, southeastern Arkansas. That storm's in a pretty favorable environment. But thankfully it is clustered. Yeah, it's actually in one of the better environments we have right now. But like I said, thankfully it is clustered. If it was discrete, it would likely have already produced a tornado. Is that 3-inch hail? Yep, there's your hail threat verified. 3-inch hail report. There's your verified hail threat right there. Wind threat? Yeah, as expected. At the moment, nowhere close to 45%. But we haven't really entered it yet. I have a feeling once these enter the 45%, they're going to be weakening, to be honest with you. We're nearly past peak. I think we are past dead peak. I believe our absolute peak was probably about 5 p.m. About an hour ago. I believe that was our absolute peak. I believe also the main tornado threat for the rest of the day is going to be in this area here. This is probably going to be where the rest of our tornado threat is, and the main portion of our tornado threat. 41 mile-an-hour winds, 40 mile-an-hour winds, power outage, down tree. Man, they're getting a bunch of severe weather before the line even hits them. They're starting to report a bunch of stuff falling and power out. Now the line's over them. And they reported that like 20 minutes ago or more. So, yeah, we're just going to wait here, see if anything very interesting happens here. Wait for the mesoanalysis. See what that has to show. I don't think the rest of May will do anything at its... We may still see a few tornadoes, possibly a strong tornado or two for the rest of May. But there's no big systems that are going to be able to really spark something like our outbreak sequences we've had recently. That area of flow for the next few days, specifically Thursday, Friday, and then also on into Saturday, could cause some severe weather. But they're all very mesoscale days. Where we could see a few tornadoes. I think we'll see a few more tornadoes in May for sure. For the rest of May. We're down to 1 tornado warning in Tennessee. We have our 1 in Arkansas, 1 in Tennessee, 1 in Illinois. And the 1 in Illinois and the 1 in Arkansas are in full dead zones. The 1 in Tennessee, slightly easier to see. Yeah, we're going to need to watch that. I wonder if there's any chasers on this. See if there's any chasers on this one cell. Yep, there is. He'll get a visual of it pretty soon. Yeah, it would be about to drop a strong tornado if we were right next to the storm with a radar site, and that's how it looked, but we aren't. We're far. Let me see. Give me just a second. Okay. Yeah, so this storm here, we'll watch for a tornado threat to redevelop with it. But its main issue is going to be hail. That's going to head towards Huntsville, Alabama. Look at these. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it really necessary to have 4 severes for a little cluster of storms? Bunch of severes for one storm. That's multiple jurisdictions. Really? Let's see. Let's see. Watch this. Shreveport. Didn't put it. Shreveport. Shreveport. Little Rock ain't issuing down here. That's central Louisiana. That ain't even close to Little Rock.
Tornado warning for northern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Robertson County in Middle Tennessee, Montgomery, and Robertson County in Tennessee.
That's going to go right through the northern side of Clarksville. right through the northern side of Clarksville, Tennessee. Want to keep an eye on that CC because it could definitely drop a tornado northwest of Clarksville very soon. Hail threat looks a little bit weaker with this storm, but still dropping probably around 1.75 inch hail. And then this is just a big squall line all the way from Jackson, Tennessee, all the way back up to Central City, Kentucky. Prefrontal storm over Murfreesboro. Legacy, your storm is rapidly weakening. Rapidly fell apart there. It is about to get a merger, so I wouldn't rule out some strengthening. So we'll still watch that. North of Chattanooga, what's left of our first tornado of the day dropped in Waterloo, Alabama. Just a very tiny little storm left. Pretty much nothing left with that. Just stay away from doors and windows if you're in that severe north of Chattanooga. Storms up here in Illinois, just lost one tornado warning right there. Still could see a tornado drop out of this at any moment near Henning, Illinois. Also should be a hail threat with that too. Yep, 1.75 inch hail. All the way back down to Arkansas. Still looks like a good area of rotation there. But we're very far from the storm. Radar is not close at all. Okay, here. Let me see. Yeah, wind shear is still... It's still, maintained. It's not really strengthened much on this newest... over the last hour or so. The best environment right now is in front of this storm. So if any storm's going to produce another tornado today, it would likely be this one. That one seems the most likely to produce a tornado here. That's going to be going south of Greenville, Mississippi. So we'll need to watch that. There's a chaser who's going to be on it very soon. I'll be on it at any second, actually. Okay. He's on it, and it don't even look like it's rotating, but he might not be in the best spot right now. This storm is leaving the best wind shear, so it should struggle even further to produce a tornado. But definitely some big hail with that. Really watching that prefrontal. It's one of our more discreet storms. But it still has a lot of cells around it, so hopefully it doesn't produce a tornado. Yes, London is officially an EF4 tornado. Yep. No CC here. Northwest of Clarksville. No CC northwest of Clarksville, Tennessee. So still likely just staying with damaging winds being the
Central
biggest threat,
Christian
but still
County
tornado
in
warned.
south central Kentucky,
Still
southern
could drop
Todd
a
County
tornado.
in south central Kentucky, Christian, and Todd County in Kentucky.
So still want to be in your safe spot. New mesoscale discussion for a lowering hail threat, lowering wind threat, and maintaining tornado threat. That is out here in Tennessee and Kentucky. You won't guess. Another spam call. Let's see. Tornadoes, winds, tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail will be possible. Another tornado watch will be needed. If the line congeals into, if these multiple line segments congeal into one and more organized line, tornado threat will be slightly more elevated. So your tornado threat remains the highest threat, actually, for that watch. Yep, I've been attacked by spam. Ooh, that just might be a debris signature. Get the Clarksville radar site on here real quick. Yep. Looks like that just might be a tornado on the ground on the north side of Clarksville, Tennessee. Possibly a tornado on the ground there. We'll have to give it another scan, which should be actually right now. We should get a scan literally now. Could still have been a brief, weak tornado. Just likely not lofting debris any higher than 1,500 feet up in the atmosphere, so we'll see. We're going to wait to see the velocity scan, see if the velocity's tightened or weakened. Looks like they're still there, so that still could be a very weak tornado on the ground there. Very weak. Yep, observed. It's an observed warning there. So, observed tornado now on the northwest side of Clarksville, Tennessee. All right, let's go back down to Alabama. Let's see, what's the closest radar? Let's let this choose. Apparently it's the Huntsville radar. That's likely trying to ramp back up. Hopefully it gets a cell merge or something to stop it from trying to produce here. Alright, no CC on that next scan, so likely this is a tornado about to lift or possibly already lifted north of New Providence in northwestern Tennessee. Yep, velocity's weakened. There we go. So this one in Arkansas, far southeast Arkansas, doesn't look to be a tornado on the ground from this chaser's perspective. The one in Florence, Alabama, going towards Huntsville, Rogers, or actually going towards Athens, Alabama. Really getting its act together again. So hopefully that does not succeed. That's looking better by the moment. It's not in the best environment. at all. There's definitely a bit of veering issue. There's not a lot of turning with height. Like towards the surface, we like a lot of turning. We like to see at the surface southerly winds, and then just above the surface, southwesterly winds, and then towards the 900 millibar, still southwesterly winds, and then closer to the lower level jet, the 700 millibar, we like to see that start turning to westerly winds. So not a whole lot of veering with height with this storm. Hopefully will prevent it from producing a tornado. There we go. There we go. Just watching a chaser out there in Arkansas to see if he's got a tornado on the ground at any point. Because if there is a wall cloud in southeast Arkansas, it's getting very close to a chaser in front of this storm. Is your area of possible rotation right there.
Northeastern Marshall County in Middle Tennessee, Southern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, Northern Bedford County in Middle Tennessee, Bedford, Marshall, and Rutherford County in Tennessee.
Still continuing with the warning out here for Chapel Hill. Going into Unionville, Bell Buckle. That's just south of where you are, Legacy. So it depends exactly where you are. You may barely be in that warning, Legacy. It goes right into Reedhurst. Yeah, you're more on the northern side. Yeah, so you're still in a severe, but you're likely not in that tornado warning. Well, if you're like downtown Murfreesboro, it's not for downtown Murfreesboro. It may barely be for the southern extent. Yeah, so you're getting all this rain and small hail. It could have 2.75-inch hail, but I doubt it's having that large of hail anymore. Give me a moment. Yeah, just checking this storm again. Getting very large hail. Very large hail there. I don't know if... Are we still at an observed warning? I think they... Nope, they kept it observed. Okay. Yeah, they actually extended that observed warning. Wow. Knoxville, you've already been through one round, but there is supposed to be another round. Likely weaker. I'm thinking it will be weaker. About 10 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Still some rotation there in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Oxford, Mississippi, new rotation. Yeah, that's right in the hail core, so that's hard to say how much it's rotating. But it is a Tor possible severe, so yeah, I mean it's on both of those radars it's rotating, so it's trying to rotate. We'll see if it can get any tighter. Another tornado warning. I'm guessing this might be in Illinois. Yep, think that's for Illinois. Oh, that's observed for Illinois.
Tornado warning for northeastern Vermilion County in east central Illinois, Vermilion County in Illinois.
That is observed by emergency management.
Tornado warning for northeastern Montgomery County in middle Tennessee, northern Robertson County in middle Tennessee, Montgomery, and Robertson County in Tennessee.
It's another area of rotation, this time barely east of Clarksville, Tennessee. Barely east of Clarksville, Tennessee for that warning. Florence is rapidly rotating. Really? Because I got a tracer on it, and it looks like a very outflow dominant, huge shelf cloud. Doesn't look like it's rotating much. Yeah. I'm looking right at it from a chaser's feed. He definitely doesn't have a funnel or anything like that. Unless it's, is it a report down there? Nope. No report. What's... Okay, never mind. You see, I'm going to take this real quick. Let's see. I mean, it doesn't look very strong to me on radar or from either one of the chasers I'm watching. Nashville has like 3 severe warnings. No severe warnings in Nashville right now, but man, there's so many around them. There's 3 right off to their west, 4 off to their west, 1 to their south, like 4 to their north. Oak Ridge, Tennessee, out here near Knoxville. Oh yeah, there was a tornado warning with that storm. I never saw any reports. Never saw any CCs, which a CC drop would be a tornado. So I never saw anything that indicated a tornado with that storm. It was rotating, but never got any damage reports or tornado reports or anything out of it. Speaking of CC, that's a tornado right on the ground over Interstate 24 in northwest Tennessee. So that officially makes this a regional tornado outbreak in Tennessee, with 6 confirmed tornadoes. Let me go back over to this one. Yep. You can see it. CC started right there, west of the interstate, moved over the interstate, and now it's likely lifting east of the interstate. 3-inch hail observed. Look at that. Man, very close, very, very close to you, Legacy. A little too close for comfort right there. Look at all those hail reports off to your west. And the storm was moving east and is moving east right towards you. I mean, all these storms are heading towards you, but they will likely not be nearly as strong by the time they get to you. Let's see here. Yeah, so by the way, we've had 5 violent tornadoes this year, which means it is the most violent year in terms of tornado count, the most EF4 tornadoes since 2020, which I didn't track 2020 for tornadoes, at least on YouTube. I did track some of 2020, but that was mainly like a hurricane or two. Videos and photo of a tornado on the ground in eastern Illinois. That's going right towards Bismarck in east central Illinois. No notable CC drop, so that's really good. If we did see a CC from these radars, it would likely be an intense tornado, because it would have to loft debris probably near 6,000-7,000 feet up. But still could be a tornado on the ground. Most likely is a tornado on the ground going over Bismarck in east central Illinois. They did observe that CC drop, so... Oh, look at that. It's actually still... It's still there. Very, very weak, though. Never mind. That's not it. my bad. I apologize. That's corruption right there. Your actual fallout is right here. So it's lifting. No longer on the ground. I thought it wasn't before, but then I just saw that CC reappear right in the warning. I was like, wait a second. Yeah, you can see now very clearly corruption and corruption. My apologies, I didn't check all my products before saying that. I apologize. They did tornado warn the one in northeastern Mississippi.
Tornado
here
warning for
Cortland.
southwestern Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Yalobusha County in northwestern Mississippi, northeastern Tallahatchie County in northwestern Mississippi, southern Panola County in northwestern Mississippi, Lafayette, Panola, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha County in Mississippi.
So that's some big hail also falling over Rogersville in Alabama. But that's your new tornado warning for Water Valley, Cortland, in northwest Mississippi. I think I said northeast. This is northwest Mississippi here. Possible tornado damage southeast Arkansas. And over or just barely north of Hickory Ridge, southeast Arkansas. That's back in your radar hole. This area is actually very favorable for a tornado to develop. Hence why we have a tornado warning for this storm, but also just this whole region, the whole northern state of Mississippi, central all the way up to northern Mississippi, is favorable for a tornado to develop at any moment. So if we do get any storms in that area, which we currently have 2, they could definitely drop tornadoes out of either one of those storms, or these other 2 storms, one towards Cleveland, could easily go tornadic in the future. Now, the one in Oxford, likely not, because it's starting to be merged with the one in Water Valley. That's a new warning west.
Tornado warning for southwestern Limestone County in north-central Alabama, southeastern Lauderdale County in northwestern Alabama, southeastern Colbert County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Morgan County in north-central Alabama, northern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama, Colbert, Lauderdale, Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan County in Alabama.
So that's actually for the second storm. That's south of Florence, Alabama.
Tornado warning for southern Washington County in northwestern Mississippi, southwestern
When is
Humphreys
it gonna
County in central
end?
Mississippi, northern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi, Humphreys, Sharkey, and Washington County in Mississippi.
Man. So that's a tornado warning south of Florence, Alabama. And that newest one you heard is a new tornado warning out here in western Mississippi. That's north of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, for that new tornado warning. It is an extension of our current tornado warning in Hollandale. So now a tornado warning for Silver City, Louis, I think might be how you say that, and Hollandale in western Mississippi under a tornado warning. So we're right back up to 7 tornado warnings now. Right back up to 7. Thankfully, these are more clustered, so the tornado threat's going to be slightly less with them, but we did just get a tornado warning barely west of Athens, Alabama, so that includes Town Creek, southeast of Florence, Alabama, Trinity, Alabama included in that new tornado warning. A new tornado watch will likely be issued shortly. 1 or 2 tornado watches will likely be issued shortly in Mississippi and Alabama. So we will either get one big tornado watch right in this area, or we will get 2 separate tornado watches, say for one for this area, and then later tonight, another one for this area. Let me see here. Greenville. That takes me to Greenville, Georgia. You're on the edge of the slight risk, so you're likely going to get heavy rain tonight, probably near 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that will probably be pretty late. I mean, we're talking like 2 a.m. Eastern time, 2 a.m. Eastern. Likely 2 a.m. Eastern time. Mainly damaging winds. New mesoscale discussion for northern Mississippi, so you can see it in the red there, inside the purple tornado watch. A couple of semi-discrete supercells have formed and are tracking east across west central and northwest Mississippi. Ahead of these storms is a favorable environment for the potential of tornadoes. The ongoing storms may intensify as they move eastward, with an increase in a tornado risk. Large hail and locally damaging winds will also be a concern. So still looking at the potential for a strong tornado threat with any of these cells too in Mississippi. Let's go back up here again. All right, are we back down to radar indicated? Nope. Still have the one in Illinois on the ground. Still observed over there. Big time hail about to move into Athens, Alabama. Very large hail. Likely around or greater than 2-inch in diameter. Now Paducah is doing the NWS Louisville's warnings. Well, I mean, Nashville's NWS isn't doing the warnings. It's actually Dallas, Texas doing the warnings for the Nashville, Tennessee's jurisdiction. Oh, Jason, you're good. You're in Northwest Tennessee. You're done for the day. Clarksville, Tennessee on the ground, though. Where? Clarksville's done with their storms now. Storms are going to stay off to their east and southeast. Bowling Green, Kentucky, under a severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. See those bright yellow pixels there for 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds, and then some darker yellows for 70 to 75-mile-an-hour winds there over Greenwood. That should move to the southeast of
Tornado
Bowling
warning
Green.
for northeastern Fountain County in west central Indiana, Warren County in west central Indiana, Fountain, and Warren County in Indiana.
So that's a radar indicated tornado warning for Williamsport in Indiana. You can see a pretty good area of a donut hole looks to be forming there in northwest Indiana. Still observed for 17 minutes, though, in eastern Illinois for the storm moving into Indiana now. That's the only observed warning currently in the U.S. Our area, storms are just all going to die out before they hit us. We could get some rain. We could get some rain. And then tomorrow, we're probably going to get rain. Could get some isolated damaging winds tomorrow. The tornado threat is very uncertain. It's going to be attached to the warm front. And it all comes down to if a storm can fire and latch onto the warm front tomorrow. Probably in Pennsylvania County. In south central Virginia. So if I do go anywhere tomorrow, it's going to be Danville. And then track it southeast into North Carolina. If I do chase tomorrow, which I don't know. I don't know. Man, that's going to be a lot of hail for Athens. I keep coming back to this storm because that hail core keeps impressing me. I mean, this is the largest hail we have right now by a mile and a half. It's up to 2.5-inch hail right now. Big hail core. I wonder where Connor is. Oh my goodness. Connor turned home. Wow. Wow, that shows you how today's performing in Connor's eyes. Can't blame him for turning back, though. Connor lives in northwest Indiana. Gonna keep an eye on this storm here in central Tennessee, well to the east of Murfreesboro. Don't think that rotation is legitimate, but we'll keep an eye on it. Now this, on the other hand, is legitimate rotation over Christina in central Tennessee. That's currently tornado warned. And another area of little rotation right in here. East of, rather northwest of Manchester. Also the one south of Murfreesboro warned for 2.5-inch hail. Piney Flats, Tennessee. All right, you're in the slight risk, so storms should die out by the time they get to you. Still likely going to get very heavy rain and wind gust up to about 60 miles per hour, but storms should be very weak by the time they get to you. Let's see here. The warnings are surrounding me. Yep. You've got one to your east, one to your south, and there's some to your northwest, too. The line to your northwest should eventually hit you, but I don't know how strong it will be. I don't know how strong it may be. All right, everything is back to... Well, we're still at observed. I was for sure they were going to cancel this warning by now in Illinois. It's still observed for 12 minutes. Yeah, wouldn't be shocked if we get a warning for this. This is really trying to spin up a tornado south of Alexandria. That's going to go towards Smithville in Tennessee. Back down to the one in Alabama. It's now a PDS severe. Whoa. Really hope it's not going to be that large of hail. But that's a PDS severe for Athens. That is a very populated area.
Tornado warning for southwestern Warren County in Middle Tennessee, central Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, east central Bedford County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Grundy County in Middle Tennessee, south central Cannon County in Middle Tennessee, Bedford, Cannon, Coffee, Grundy, and Warren County in Tennessee.
I think it's in Tennessee. So there's a new tornado warning for the storm I was talking about in Manchester, Tennessee, going towards Morrison, Tennessee. Just got warned there. Very surprised this is not tornado warned right now. This is one of the best storms we've seen so far today. Pretty classic looking supercell. Really, really large, good inflow. Strong outbound winds trying to connect. Really surprised that is not tornado warned going towards Smithville, Tennessee. Let's go back over to our Athens radar site, or Huntsville radar site, just to check this tornado warning. Very difficult to see if there's any rotation in here. Mainly, you know, you want to be in your safe spot, but mainly this is very large hail and isolated 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's really big time hail. New tornado watch just got issued. Looks like they're going to do 2 different watches. One right now for Mississippi, Louisiana, and one later on for central Alabama. So this is a 60-40 tornado watch. Actually pretty high probability tornado watch for a slight risk and a marginal risk area. That also does include some of the enhanced risk, actually. Yeah, there you go. So that's your new tornado watch. They increased probabilities for a tornado in this area. They also upgraded eastern Louisiana to a tornado watch too. No longer in a severe watch. They are in a tornado watch in far east northeast Louisiana. I wouldn't say Mississippi is popping off. There's one tornado warning in northern Mississippi. And one tornado warning in the one tornado warning storm in central Mississippi. It's definitely not popping off to how we thought. Man. Special mesoscale discussion. I hate saying that one, but we just got a special mesoscale discussion for the potential of a strong tornado in the next 60 to 90 minutes. Intense supercells will have the possibility to drop a very large hail up to 2.75 inch in diameter, damaging winds near 80 miles per hour, and the potential for a few tornadoes, including a strong one over the next 60 to 90 minutes. So there you go. That's right over Athens, Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, Florence, Alabama. But that main intense tornado threat is specifically highlighted from Huntsville back out to Town Creek in Alabama, right in that area. Generally, that area is where the strongest tornado threat is highlighted in this MCD. Man, special mesoscale discussion. This one for these storms in Illinois. Tornado threat is now peaking and should begin to decrease with eastern extent. So tornado threat is peaking out here in Indiana and Illinois with the opportunity for a tornado or two, including a isolated strong tornado with these storms. So the main one to keep an eye on is definitely the one in Athens. That's why I keep coming back to this area, because this is the area for the greatest threat, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 2.75-inch hail, and a tornado or two, including the threat for a strong tornado, all possible over the next hour or hour and a half. Hour to hour and a half. Yep, decreasing. Decreasing for that MCD-V. Currently peaking, but now beginning to decrease. By the way, Peter Griffin reported this. Peter Griffin drove from Nebraska to southeastern Arkansas in one day, and just recently reported a tornado that caused damage out here. Several trees snapped in this junction area. Peter Griffin reported that. I'm not even kidding, by the way. Actually, a storm chaser named Peter Griffin on the Spotter Network reported that tornado.
Tornado warning for southeastern Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Coffee County in Middle Tennessee, Cannon County in Middle Tennessee, Cannon, Coffee, and Rutherford County in Tennessee.
Hopefully that's the storm I pointed out a little while ago. I would hope that's the storm I pointed out. Nope. And actually, the one I pointed out is starting to weaken due to a cell merge, so that's really good. So that's an extension into Woodbury, Tennessee, for the potential of a tornado. Storm I pointed out looks to be weakening. You can see a cell merge is hitting it from the south, so it's going to start to probably die out there as it gets hit by that cell merge. I have no idea, Marcus. You definitely have to have a 4-year plus college education to be hired by the National Weather Service. You have to be a degreed meteorologist. Still continuing with that severe. They did downgrade it just a bit. 2-inch hail now possible as opposed to what's currently warned for the next 3 minutes for 2.75-inch hail. Right back up to 10 tornado warnings. However, we're going to lose four of those in 3 minutes, and we will lose so many severes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severes in 3 minutes. Still some rotation on that storm in northwest Indiana, but it is definitely overall weakening. Rotation in South Carolina. What the heck is South Carolina doing? It's Tor possible too. Look at that. It's Tor possible too for the next 47 minutes. In northeastern, or wait, hold on, I gotta see what this is. Northwestern South Carolina. Dang it, I should have chased today. Funny, Ben just said that. Ben just said go chase. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I can make it, right? It's only near 200 miles away from me. I can make it. If I went straight, if I flew to it, it'd be 150 miles away. But because I have to go southeast and then go back southwest, it's more close to 200 miles away from me. Yeah, because see, I would take this, I would get to the interstate. Always want to get to the interstate, and then I would go. I probably wouldn't want to take 220 that way. I'd want to hop on 14, go through Eden, if I were going to go for that. But that's all the way down in Charlotte. Well, that's in South Carolina. That's a 3-hour drive. No, thank you. Environment like for that storm, I imagine not very good because it's, well, it's probably good because it's South Carolina. If it was in North Carolina, it wouldn't be good. Yeah, pretty good environment. Definitely a potential tornado environment. 2,600 instability, 100 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, 200 0 to 3 kilometer SRH, and a better hodograph than some of central and southern Mississippi right now. And the reason for that is because you have really, for some reason, really good veering. Dew points are about 70 with temps at about 81. You have really, really good veering here in South Carolina. Something that you're missing a bit more of in central and southern Mississippi. All right, we should no longer be with an observed warning. Yep, it just got dropped right now. So that puts us down to 6 tornado warnings and still 15 severe warnings. No longer under a PDS severe either. Tornado warning over Athens in Alabama.
Tornado warning for southwestern Madison County in north-central Alabama, southeastern Limestone County in north-central Alabama, Limestone, and Madison County in Alabama.
It's observed too. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to look up something. So that is a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground in Athens, Alabama. I don't know exactly where that is. Mm-hmm. I wonder exactly where that is located. I know it's going into Athens, Alabama. Athens is very, very populated. 420,000 people populated. Very, very populated. Oh my goodness. Someone's got a photo of that storm in South Carolina.
Tornado warning for northeastern Grant Parish in north-central Louisiana, northwestern La Salle Parish in north-central Louisiana, southeastern Wynne Parish in north-central Louisiana, Grant, La Salle, and Wynne County in Louisiana.
New area of rotation there. New tornado warning. That's for Georgetown, Louisiana. Dude.
Tornado warning for east central
The
Lafayette
heck?
County in northwestern Mississippi, southern Union County in northeastern Mississippi, northern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, Lafayette, Pontotoc, and Union County in Mississippi.
Any more? Yeah, definitely a good area of rotation there. Going towards New Albany in north central Mississippi. Yep. North central Mississippi going into northeastern Mississippi. That is for New Albany. Give me just a second. Okay, there we go. I wanted to get something real quick. I'm going to go see... Yeah, I see that lowering. I see the lowering in Athens, Alabama. I don't see it on the ground. Wow. Definitely a big lowering. Sorry, I'm watching the Weed Whacker. Watching the Weed Whacker. He's in Athens, Alabama right now. I wish I could see exactly where he is. Yeah, it's a large wall cloud trying to drop a tornado. Large wall cloud trying to drop a tornado. That is a crazy supercell in Athens, Alabama right now. Wow. Crazy supercell in Athens, Alabama. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. Perfect. Definitely a wall cloud on Reed's feed. Reed has a big old wall cloud. Funnel in South Carolina doesn't surprise me. Somebody is on that. A local in South Carolina had a really, really, really awesome picture of it. Let me see if I can see if he's sent another photo. Nah. I don't think he's chasing. I just think he's a local who took a picture. Yeah, this is observed over Athens, Alabama, but I don't believe it's on the ground. It's really, really trying to be, though. I mean, it's going to drop a tornado. If it does, it's going to drop a tornado barely south of downtown Athens. I think Reed's almost in the hook echo now. Wow. That is a beast of a supercell. That is an absolute beast of a supercell in Athens, Alabama right now. Reed has a crazy visual of it. It is trying to produce. I can't tell if that's where it's trying, right where Reed is pointing, or if it's very rain-wrapped. Either way, the whole storm itself looks crazy. Wait, what? Oh, it's on the ground. Yep. Reed has it on the ground. Yep. It is on the ground. Wow, so tornado is on the ground just south of Athens, Alabama. Can I go back to the Nashville radar? Yeah. .553.
Northwestern Morgan County in north-central Alabama, northeastern Lawrence County in northwestern Alabama, Lawrence, Limestone, and Morgan County in Alabama.
Someone said that this was possibly a tornado over Interstate 24 here, northwest of Manchester, in Tennessee. I don't fully disagree. Some of that does seem like debris, but likely it was clear air. But I wouldn't be shocked if that did produce or was on the ground around that time. It doesn't look extremely convincing to me. I mean, you could see it also being, let's go to the Huntsville radar. See if it's there on the Huntsville radar. If it's that big of a tornado, it's going to be, yeah. I was going to say it's going to be observed from the Huntsville radar too. I doubt it, but it could have been. It stayed radar indicated the whole time. I highly doubt it. But it could have been a tornado right over Interstate 24 moments ago. New warning over here in Alabama. Is that still on the ground? Do we still have a visual on that from Reed's feed here? Okay, it's likely lifted. It's picking up a lot of dust. It looks like it's like touching down and then lifting back up frequently, like it's vortex. It's vortex. It's vortexes. It's vortexes. So it's not a fully consolidated tornado. It touches the ground and then it lifts and it touches back down and lifts and touches back down and lifts. That's what it's been doing for a little while here. I don't see it on the ground right now. Well, it hasn't had vortices. It's been one vortex, then it lifts, then another vortex, then it lifts, then another vortex, then it lifts. It hasn't been vortices. Vortices is plural. That means multiple vortices. It's only been one vortex. Yeah, this is trying to drop a bit. Reed just went. Dude. Oh, Reed, man. Most intense situation. This could be a big tornado about to drop down and head into Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, it's trying to touch down. It's about to be a big one. It's still observed. Hold on. I want to take a screenshot of this real quick. Okay. Oops. Oh, yeah. Now it's a big tornado on the ground. Starting to be a big tornado on the ground, y'all. Very large funnel. And a lot of debris with it, so it is on the ground. It's a very large debris field. Now it's already starting to, it's, yeah, exactly, rockets. It was about to be a big tornado, and then it just starts lifting. It's like big tornado lift. Just watching Reed's feed to relate to you guys. Yep, there's our CC drop. Wedge tornado lift. Yep. That's how it goes. That is how it goes sometimes. Yeah, other people are starting to call that a large CC drop from earlier. This CC drop right here. So we'll see if there was actually any damage in that area. I feel like if there was, we're going to get reports very soon. Right near Beech Grove in Central Tennessee. Okay, there's a Nashville radar. Let's get this to the Huntsville radar site now. Since we're not tracking in Illinois. Not much happening in Illinois. It looks like a big cone. It looks like a pretty big cone. It's never been a wedge. It has not been a wedge. But it has been a pretty large, and now it's a large stovepipe. Yep. It's a large stovepipe. Wow. Wow. It is a big stovepipe. So this is going to go right into Madison, right into Huntsville, Alabama. Going right towards Huntsville. Large tornado on the ground here. Yeah, it's lofting a lot of debris. Wow. It is a very large tornado, y'all. Large, strong tornado. Gracious day. Heading right towards Huntsville, Alabama. Yep, reflectivity debris ball. Large tornado on the ground. Power flash. Power flash. Large tornado entering Madison right now. Wow, it is strong. It is a very strong tornado. Oh! They just got hit by a vortex. What? What in the world was that? Wow. Wow. Dude, that vortex slammed Reed. Gracious. It is still a large tornado. Still a large tornado. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Reed said that's the last time we're doing that, and his whole crew said no. His whole crew said no. That's the last time we're doing that. No. Reed's crazy. His whole crew said no. That's the last time we're doing that. No. Still a large tornado on the ground going right into Madison. Still a large tornado going into Madison right now. Wow. Gracious day. Oh my word. I that was insane. I'm so glad they were in the Dominator. That would have been really, really bad. Wow. It's still a large tornado on the ground heading into Madison. Wow. That is insane, dude. Oh my goodness. Still a large tornado on the ground heading into Madison. This is still a large tornado going into Madison right now. It is still on the ground, observed by Reed. Reed got slammed by it. One of the windows was down, and the vortex went right onto the Dominator. They got fully spun off of the road into the grass by the vortex. It was a very strong tornado. He got fully spun around by it. And now they're trying to get out of the grass. Wow. All right, Ree got out. He's good. Still on the ground. Likely a rope tornado now. It's lofted debris about 15,000 feet up. It is still on the ground. Wow. Gracious day. I wonder if they got the probe fully into it. This is a tornado emergency. This is a tornado emergency for Huntsville, Alabama. This is a catastrophic situation. Wow. They just upgraded that straight to tornado emergency. Look at that. This is now a tornado emergency for the city of Huntsville, Alabama. Wow.
Tornado warning for.
Wow. It's like lifting right now, so yeah, I accidentally played Reed's audio there. That audio you heard, that was Reed Timmer. I didn't mean to play that audio. Gracious day, Reed. Reed is over here. Reed is coughing like crazy. I think he might have got something. Wow. He might have got something stuck in his throat or something because the windows were down. Yeah, this is a tornado emergency for Huntsville, Alabama. I don't believe it is on the ground. So I'm not too sure why they did decide to pull that tornado emergency. But it is a tornado emergency. So you're in a catastrophic situation there. Huntsville, Alabama. That is a catastrophic situation. You are in a tornado emergency. Yeah, so it's likely about to touch back
Tornado
down if
warning
it's
for
lifted.
southeastern Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Calhoun County in northeastern Mississippi, Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, Calhoun, Lafayette, and Pontotoc County in Mississippi. Tornado warning for Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, central Warren County in Middle Tennessee, Van Buren, and Warren County in Tennessee.
Wow. Jeez. That is for Huntsville, Alabama there. For that tornado emergency. I'm going to take a screenshot of that because I haven't seen a tornado emergency in that populated of an area in a while. This is likely a very large tornado about to touch back on the ground. It's a wedge? Yeah, so tornado emergency still in place. Apparently a wedge tornado on the ground. Going into Huntsville, Alabama right now. So tornado emergency for Huntsville, Alabama. This is the same storm that Reed just got into. Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer actually went right into this tornado. Now there is a new tornado forming, and apparently it is a wedge tornado on the ground about to go into the city of Huntsville. So now Huntsville, it doesn't seem like this is going to just disappear. It seems like our first tornado occluded, and now likely a large tornado, an even larger tornado, is touching back down on the ground and about to go into Huntsville, Alabama. So we're gonna keep watching this storm here very closely. I don't see much on radar though. I don't know about this being a wedge tornado. What is this being observed by? You guys sure? I don't know about that. Let's see. So that's right in here. There's a... I don't see anything. I doubt a 2-pixel is a wedge tornado. I doubt a 2-pixel thing is a large tornado, y'all. Just being realistic. How many times is radar lied? A lot, but not typically when it's this close. I mean, this is right next to the radar site. This is the perfect... Really the perfect, distance. So we're going to keep watching this. Apparently a wedge tornado possibly heading into Huntsville. I'm not very confident about that. It is a tornado emergency. Either way, you need to be in your safe spot. It doesn't matter what's being observed. You need to be in your safe spot. Either way, you need to be in your safe spot. Doesn't really matter what's being observed here, whether if there's no tornado on the ground, or if just be in your safe spot. I don't believe it's on the ground as a wedge tornado, but there could still be a weak tornado on the ground here. I don't believe there's much here, honestly. What a strange day. What a strange day. So, still be in your safe spot if you're in Huntsville, Alabama. There is a tornado emergency in effect for the city of Huntsville, Alabama. Um, I just saw something crazy with Reed. I cannot believe Reed got into a tornado like that. That's just insane. Oh my goodness. Wow. Looks like this is going to try to recycle on the northern side. Looks like it's going to try to recycle north of Huntsville. The only time I saw it on the ground was with Reed. It was on the ground here, and then I do think it briefly touched back down north of Madison. I believe it briefly touched back down, but I don't think it was a wedge. You guys were probably looking at rain on whoever's feed you were looking at. It was probably just rain with an embedded tornado. And now I don't think it's on the ground currently, but it likely will be very shortly again. Wow. Yeah, so this is a still a tornado emergency. Still a tornado emergency in effect. Potentially a catastrophic situation here. It was a catastrophic situation when Reed got into it. It was a very intense, potentially violent tornado at that point. Thus wanted an upgrade to a tornado emergency. The tornado emergency has been maintained. They have maintained a tornado emergency for this area. Tori was probably a bit much, honestly. A tornado emergency is the highest level warning. A tornado emergency, when it's pulled, it shouldn't ever look like this on radar. They pulled it right here for a tornado emergency. This scan was worthy of a Toy E, in their opinion. I don't think it should have been pulled. That's my opinion. PDS warning would have done perfectly fine. Remember, a tornado emergency is the highest level warning. by the National Weather Service. Typically, we only see just a handful, if that, per year. A tornado emergency should be resolved. It should be for, is what I'm trying to say. It should be for the highest end tornadoes, right? Violent couplets. When there's a tornado emergency on the ground, I should be able to see, a very violent couplet. And for every tornado emergency I've tracked, except for the one in northeastern Arkansas, I have seen a violent couplet. This is an exception. Like I said, I think a PDS warning would have done just fine here, but they've decided to go Torrey because it's such a populated area. The only reason I'm saying this is because tornado emergencies are very, very serious. It's not something that should just be issued out of nowhere. The reason why I'm even saying this is because Torreys, they are resolved for the highest end tornadoes. So thus, when one is issued, it's always a catastrophic. It is always a catastrophic tornado when one is issued. I don't want to see tornado emergencies issued and them just end up being another tornado warning to people. There's nothing on the ground right now. There's nothing on the ground right now, so that's why I'm even talking about this. So I see why they pulled it. What they saw was they saw this CC drop with this velocity couplet. They saw the tornado on Reed's stream, most likely. And it took them a while to pull it. And by the time they pulled it, it lifted. I'm not saying the National Weather Service did a bad job here, okay? The main thing is that it was tornado warned. That's what matters. And it is still a tornado emergency. So you want to make sure you're still in your safe spot. But yeah, it seems like a lot of other people also say it doesn't seem like this should have warranted a tornado emergency. Again, a tornado emergency is very high end. It is the highest end. So you have for a Torrey, you have to have a violent couplet. So a VROT of 70. Did this ever even hit a VROT of 70? There is a big criteria list for a tornado emergency to hit. There's no way this hit a 70 VROT. There's no way. That's 90. That's 70. That's 100. This didn't get close to a 70 VROT. See, that is why I'm even mentioning this stuff. So if you don't know what a 70 VROT is, that is... Oh, I got a new warning coming in here. That's 140 knot mile an hour, or 140 knot winds for an area of rotation. And that means there is at least 160 mile per hour velocity couplet. This was 10. This was at top 100 miles per hour.
Tornado warning for East Central Fountain County in West Central Indiana, Northwestern Montgomery County in West Central Indiana, Fountain, and Montgomery County in Indiana.
So this didn't even hit Torrey criteria. Not even close. So this one's VROT. The couplet we got here, VROT of... I'm about to give it to you. A VROT of 43. It has to be a minimum, the absolute lowest 70. And it was 43. So I'm not too sure exactly why it went Tori. To be honest with you. Still tornado emergency, by the way. Still tornado emergency, by the way. There's not even a rotation couplet anymore. Not too sure why it went Tori. Again, I kind of do see it. I kind of do see it. I kind of do see it there. Let's see. Let's see. How is it? What?
Tornado warning for northwestern Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, central Madison County in north central Alabama, Jackson and Madison County in Alabama.
How is it still PDS and how is it still observed? What? I'm trying to see if there's another reason over here. I'm not seeing it. All right, well, this did get downgraded to a PDS observed warning, so that means a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado has been observed by radar or a very credible source or multiple credible sources. And yeah, there's not much here. There's not much here at all. So still a PDS tornado warning here. In effect, I don't see this observed anywhere. Like I said, if we go back here to when it was Tor E, this is when it was strong to possibly intense as it was nearing Madison. It lifted just before it went into Madison. And then it tried to recycle. Tried to recycle here. Northeast of Madison. going into Huntsville. And now it's back over to PDS. Jeez. Wow. Nightbot got that one. Well, guys, we're being raided by bots, so unfortunately everybody's gonna have to suffer from this dumb bot's mistakes over here. Yeah, no chaser, no chaser has this on the ground. I'm listening to a chaser right now and trying to see if any chasers have this on the ground. No chasers have this on the ground right now. All right, so what I'm going to do is, hold on. I'm just going to go ahead and ban all these people real quick. Give me just a moment. Let's see here. Okay, there you go. All right, what did you say? You deleted your message there. Heart cell's about to drop. Where's that at? Oh, this one back here. Nah, that's corruption. Yeah, you're right. It's corruption there. So still a PDS tornado warning in effect for Moore's Mill. In northeastern Alabama. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That's the one that was previously tornado emergency. It got downgraded to a PDS warning now. I did see the armor radar, but I have no idea how strong that couplet is. I have no idea how strong that couplet is. Still an observed PDS here. Oh, now it just went all the way back down to radar indicated. So there you go. All the way back down to radar indicated now. Yeah, I see that, but again, I don't know. if that would have warranted the Torii. I've seen that image. Yeah, that I guess that could have warranted it. But again, I'm not able to tell how strong the rotation was on that. Crazy how it can look so different from a local radar site. New warning again. It's likely in Tennessee.
Four, Southern Cumberland County in Middle Tennessee, Van Buren County in Middle Tennessee, Southeastern White County in Middle Tennessee, Cumberland, Van Buren, and White County in Tennessee.
Wow, okay, so all these are radar indicated now. I want to go back to Mississippi. Nothing happening in Mississippi. No tornado warnings there. I'm going to get rid of some of these chasers so that way I don't end up getting copyrighted by accidentally turning them back on. Decatur, Alabama, where? Okay, this one. Yeah, that's likely all clear air. That's likely full clear air there. So, Priceville, there is possibly a little area rotation over you, but it's likely fairly weak. New area of rotation on our previously tornado emergency storm. That's moving up to the northeast, just to the south of Moore's Mill. In northeastern Alabama. Alright, we'll see what the next velocity has to say here. So east of Huntsville, another area of rotation starting to spin up, trying to drop a strong tornado out of this supercell here. We're waiting to get the next velocity scan to see if those winds have increased at all. Yeah, that may be a tornado on the ground based off of CC there. So it looks like that is probably a tornado on the ground there. Also, gotta watch the ones in Tennessee. Those could drop too. in central Tennessee at any moment. That 45% wind risk is definitely not verifying right now. But the 10 sig tour sure is verifying. I mean, that matches up nearly perfectly with the area of corruption. That's going to go towards a Morrison in Tennessee. That could be on the ground at any moment. Yeah, the hail risk verified too. At least here in Tennessee. Another good area of rotation in Spencer, Tennessee. Let me see. Nah. Your main threat is for the next hour, and then after that, I mean, I'm pretty sure everything's weakening up here anyways. Yeah, we just have a bunch of thunderstorms here moving north and only one tornado warning, no severes. So it's not worth staying up for, but just make sure you have ways to receive watches and warnings. Still will not be surprised that this is, if this is a tornado on the ground east of Huntsville, Alabama. Would not be shocked if it is a tornado on the ground. Just very, very light CC. Never mind. That is getting too large CC now. So now a larger CC, likely another strong tornado on the ground out of this storm. So this is going to go towards, where is this? Skyline, Alabama. Towards Skyline in northeast Alabama. Likely a strong tornado there. So again, we're going to keep watching this. This is your CC, likely tornado on the ground, moving northeast, going towards Skyline in northeastern Alabama, being your safe spot. This storm also has about 2-inch hail with it as well. Surprised these storms haven't had any reported tornadoes with them here in Tennessee for at least the last hour, hour and a half. New tornado warning. That is for Priceville in Alabama. Can't see rotation on there, but it is likely rotating. Radar's quite corrupted. Tornado crossing Highway 72 right now near Moontown and Brownsboro in northeastern Alabama. I was very shocked with the Tory based on the radar we were seeing. Very shocked. Until I saw the armor radar site, and then it made complete sense. Waiting for that beep. I guess it ain't gonna give me a beep. Sometimes it doesn't. Alright, observed tornado warning now for this storm. Yeah, it showed a vastly different situation, Rockets. It wasn't even close to what we were seeing from the main radar site. Vastly, vastly different. Alright, that area did definitely weaken some there. Definitely did weaken some. Still likely a brief tornado on the ground. A weak and brief tornado. Likely was stronger just a few minutes ago. East of Huntsville, likely dropped down pretty strong, but now it's weak and likely lifted. Yeah. Much weaker. So that's probably already lifted. This thing's ever since it went tornado emergency, right after that, including with the PDS one, it's just been putting out very quick tornadoes. So this thing's dropped 3 tornadoes. The first one, which was intense to possibly violent, didn't look like it on this radar, but according to the armor radar, it was. Or very close to violent near Madison. Then it dropped down another strong tornado north of Madison, lifted. Then potentially dropped down another strong tornado somewhere near Huntsville, lifted, and then dropped another strong tornado here. So this thing's dropped at least 3-4 tornadoes. It's dropped about 3 tornadoes so far. Maybe even 4, depending on that PDS tornado warning. Oh man, that was pretty close. Yesterday they had a major outage with their weather radios in Huntsville, Alabama, but they got them up and running. I just realized they had a major outage. That was likely due to their upgrades, I would assume. But hey, at least they got it right back up and running. That's the important thing. Another strong tornado trying to drop. This is going to head right towards Skyline as well. In northeastern Alabama. Watch for those red winds. See if those red winds increase. If we can get red winds to increase, that's when this could start producing another intense tornado. Because right now we only have like gray on blue. We're going to watch those red winds. That would be your inflow increasing for this supercell. So far, no increase in those red winds, but the blue, which is your inflow, it's up to about 70 now. See what the rest of the HRRR has for tonight. Yeah, likely just going to keep on watching all 4 of these storms. Just these clusters in here. will be the main tornado threats. Yeah, that is very, very close to likely touching down well northeast of Huntsville, Alabama. If it does touch down, it's going to go towards Skyline, Alabama. So we're going to keep watching that area of rotation to see if it starts to strengthen. Nah, today's performing as expected. It's definitely 10 sig. Wow. Yep. Wow. That is just as strong as the one Reed intercepted. This is another very strong to intense tornado. You can see the reflectivity debris ball there too. See the velocities. Oh, this may, wow. That is 120 mile per hour pixel right there. This could be intense to potentially even a violent tornado. Looks like it's right over houses. It almost went into the rural area, almost touched down over these trees, but it looks like it's over homes right now. We're going to go to this, go to the braking CC. Here. Here, get rid of that. So there's our CC, and it is on the edge of these houses. It is right on the edge of these houses here. And the field, and as well as the trees. It's on the edge of this region. We're going to keep that up. Go back to the Huntsville radar site. So, intense tornado on the ground. Man, yeah, very, very intense tornado there. Very large. Very, very large CC drop. 68.5 VROT, so that is barely shy of, by definition, a violent tornado. Velocity couplet, quite a lot weaker on that. Quite a lot weaker. So this is still an observed warning. Go back to radar here. Yeah, it likely moved over the northern side of this area. So there's definitely houses in that area that could have been hit. Now it's moving into a relatively forested region. Look at that. Look at that reflectivity debris ball there. Very, very intense. Likely not violent due to how little that scan is maintained. Man, this picked up a lot of stuff, y'all. Wow. Likely not violent due to it not maintaining that near 70 VROT. But that's a lot of CC. Another intense tornado ongoing. Waiting to see that next velocity scan. Definitely, that is a lot weaker. That is a lot weaker. but still a bunch of debris. Wow. Also, the RFD of this likely packing near 80-mile-per-hour winds with it too. That likely has about 80-mile-an-hour winds there. 70 to 80. This is still over a relatively forested area. CC definitely spreading out on that next scan. So this is for sure on a weakening trend right now. Man, that debris ball on reflectivity is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see here. Okay. Velocity's still right around the same. So the last scan, that was about a 70, 80 mile an hour couplet. This scan, it is about an 85, 90 mile an hour couplet. So maybe a little bit of strengthening on that newest scan. It's continuously lofting debris higher and higher. So 2 scans ago, it was lofting debris about 1,000 feet up. Next scan, 2,000. Now the newest scan. Gracious. Gracious. Wow. Like 5,500. That will likely get significantly higher. If this does continue to be on the ground, it will get significantly higher. Probably near 10,000 or higher. So very strong tornado still on the ground. Still a pretty good couplet there. Still a pretty good couplet. Let's go up to here again. Yeah, now that's lofting debris about 8,000 feet up. It's likely lifting and weakening. But it's still going to keep lofting debris higher up. It's just taking a while for our radars to scan that. Also some rotation on the southeast side of our tornado too. A lot weaker rotation on those storms in Tennessee now. Pleasant Grove. Let me see. Yeah, so you're talking about those other areas of rotation, right? Yeah. One of those could definitely drop down soon. All right, new scan here in I think 30 seconds. That first scan or two was nearly violent, Bob. It was very close to violent on radar for the first scan or two. Alright, that CC's taking forever. Still an observed warning. CC scan should be in here in about 10 seconds. Nope. CC scan's delayed. Haven't got one in 4 minutes. That's on all 3 of my radar sites, so I don't think it's just GR2 analysis. Maybe a scan here? Nope. Okay, I did get new velocities. I got new velocities on weather-wise. It looks like we could have another area of strong rotation developing to the southwest of Skyline. We'll see if that updates here on GR2 analysis. So weather-wise just updated the velocities. Hopefully that... It ain't working over here. Yeah, so you can see that area of rotation forming up again. This one just to the southwest of Skyline. CC still 5 minutes behind. Velocity just now updated. Not gonna lie, good for him, Otter. You can easily quote tweet things, so quit stealing footage. No, but like literally retweet it, not repost. Retweet. I'm not getting any new scans over here, y'all. Not on CC, at least. Or, I think reflectivity updated once. Yeah, reflectivity's up to date now. On weather-wise, but no CC still. So we easily could have 2 tornadoes on the ground here, and just not know it. Because we don't have CC. They continued that observed warning. So still, that's a big observed warning too. Very large observed warning. A good chunk of northeast Alabama inside of that. Bridgeport, Stevenson, Scottsboro, Hollywood. Also into southeast Tennessee for just to the southeast of Sherwood. And south central Tennessee, rather. Alright, we're down to just these 2 tornadic storms. Just one, or actually, that might be a glitch on GR Earth. Software's bugging out over here. Look at that. GR Earth says there's only 2 in effect. I don't think that's the case. Pretty sure we're still at 5 warnings here. All right, there's your CC, and it does indeed show a new tornado is on the ground. This is still a 5-minute-old scan. Still a 5-minute-old scan here, but it does show your tornado, a new tornado on the ground. It also shows your intense wind lofted debris as high as 17,000 feet. So this one lofted debris as high as 17,000 feet. It's now gone. And now a new one on the ground. And I believe that is also a reflectivity debris ball too. That reflectivity is very close to where your debris is, if not on it. So possibly another reflectivity debris ball. This is going to go right towards Skyline again, northeastern Alabama. And this one's already lofted debris as high as 5,000 feet. Now, Weatherwise's CC still hasn't updated. Weatherwise is behind. Still a tornado warning in effect for McMinnville, Tennessee, and Crab Orchard, Crossville, Tennessee. Still a tornado warning in effect down here for Owens Crossroads as well. So this one is lifted. That's the one that's lofted debris. What did I say? Like 14-ish thousand feet up or so? Something like that. Right around 14,000 feet up. And this is the one that's already lofted debris near 5,000 feet up, but might already be lifting. So we're going to watch both of those CC drops. I think radar might be a little bit over-exaggerant on how strong these areas of rotation are. But likely rotating to some extent. I don't think it's anywhere close to that intensely, though. Still a CC drop south of Skyline. Could still be on the ground, but the one to the west of Skyline has now lifted. So Skyline looks like a tornado won't directly hit downtown, but there could still be a tornado on the southern side over some homes. If that has not lifted, which it's hard to say with how delayed our radar scans are now. Let's go back to GR2, see if that's updated. All right, GR2 has updated again. Sweet. Hard to say for sure if that's lifted. It looks like it has lifted to me. And it looks like a new tornado is trying to develop west of Skyline again. Right in here. Looks like another tornado is trying to drop. According to NROT, that is a very intense couplet. NROT has red. Let's see here. So we're gonna see if that intensifies further. If it does, that's gonna be capable of dropping a tornado. It did weaken. It did weaken. Still looks like we could have a tornado on the ground now southeast of Skyline. So on the southeast side of Skyline, still could have a tornado ongoing. I heard a new warning somewhere. I think that was Mississippi. Rolling Fork, Mississippi, under a tornado warning here. Very weak rotation to their south. Radar indicated, so not on the ground. Just to the south of Rolling Fork, Mississippi. They're pretty weak rotation from what I can tell. I'm going to go ahead and quickly refresh GR Earth. Seems to be having some issues, as you can see there. Go ahead and black this out, try to fix it. See if I can try to fix it here, y'all. Well, crap. Connection successful. Downloaded data failed. Well, no more GR Earth. RIP. Alright, looks like all the areas of rotation have weakened here around Skyline. So that's good news. At least we still have GR2 analysis. So no more beeps. Unfortunately, no more beeps. So we're just going to have to rely off of normal warnings and just looking at them. I'll probably have to refresh my computer. Oh, make it with my voice. Okay, beep. New tornado warning out here for Gurley in northeastern Alabama. It is radar indicated. You know, I have this sound effect. Hold on. Yikes. Glad I muted you guys, because that would have just exploded your ears. That was loud. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I got the beep. we doing it manually. We go and do it manually. I got the effect. Let's see here. Looks like some rotation there. South of Crossville or around the Crossville area. Make sure you're in your safe spot there in Crossville, Tennessee. This could try to recycle quite quickly right in this area. If it does, it's going to go towards Stevenson in northeastern Alabama. Still an observed warning there. Not very strong rotation out here. By the way, Rolling Fork has been dropped from that warning. Rolling Fork, Mississippi, no longer in the warning. So we're going to keep an eye on this little area of rotation. Holly Bluff, Mississippi, going towards Yazoo City in Mississippi. Just keep an eye on that one in Crab Orchard. Very difficult to see from radar. But we'll try our best to keep an eye on it. Same for the one in McMinnville in Tennessee. Both of them could drop tornadoes at any point in Tennessee. This is full of corruption here in New Hope. I have no idea what that storm looks like. No idea. So still going to watch that area rotation for Stevenson in northeastern Alabama. See if anything happens there. I'm going to go check mesoanalysis, see how favorable our environment is. Wow, our environment is so much less favorable now. These storms are moving into a worse sheared environment in Alabama. These storms in Tennessee still in a good environment for about the next hour. Storms in Mississippi are in the best environment, but they are clustered. They are clustered. So that should help prevent the high-end tornado threat. Yep, you got some thunder to your southwest, V. Just some heavy rain showers, very small hail. Nothing crazy. Just gonna keep a... Okay, Radar Mega, what are you doing? Complete and utter failure of Radar Omega right now. Yo. Radar Omega, you good? Yo, it is tripping. Alrighty, let's just close that. The heck? Alrighty, there we go. We're good, we're good. Watch that happen again. So we're going to keep an eye on this area, a rotation here, southwest of Stevenson. We're going to keep a close eye on that to see if it can recycle. Let me see if my precious GR Earth is back. No. I can't survive without it. Why? Alrighty. Let's go back to the Huntsville radar site on GR2. Very weak rotation now there for the storm going near Stevenson in northeast Alabama. Still pretty high up there in warnings. 13 severes. Actually, one of the lowest we've been at. And still at 6 tornado warnings. One is still observed. The one we're watching right now. So we definitely had multiple strong to intense tornadoes today, especially over the last 2 hours. One or two of those were probably close to violent intensity, but likely didn't hit it. See if we got anything else. Yeah, like I said, those storms in Tennessee, they're staying in a good environment for about the next hour. The ones in northeast Alabama, they're moving into a worse environment. And the ones in Mississippi are staying in a good environment. However, they are clustered. Yeah, so the area I'm watching the most is this one here, going towards Stevenson. I'm going to try to task kill GR Earth one time again. Come on, GR Earth, start back up. See if it connects to the server. It's not connecting to the server, so it is something on their end. Yep. It's something on their end. Hopefully it will be fixed tomorrow. Or tonight. Yep, down to radar indicated. So everything is back down to radar indicated now. Just going to continue to monitor all these storms. Keep an eye on them. So from here on out, our tornado threat definitely decreases. There's no way it increases anymore. Things are going to turn very clustered and very messy. We still could quite easily see a couple tornadoes, though, tonight. Maybe even a strong one. Especially over the next 2 hours. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're just going to wait to see if these storms do anything, y'all. I'm just looking on Twitter for information here. So to the southwest looks interesting. It is starting to look a bit more interesting. You're right with that. So still a classic supercell here in New Hope, northeastern Alabama. Proxy, you missed a lot. You missed a tornado emergency for Huntsville, Alabama. That's what you missed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty rough. It didn't go through downtown Huntsville. It looked like it lifted before it hit downtown Huntsville. But it still hit a pretty populated area. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, Reed was literally in the tornado. Excuse me. Everyone stole this footage, and now a bunch of people are getting copyrighted. Oh, since my software broke, hold on. There you go. My software decided to break. So I gotta do it manually. So that's a new tornado warning for Rockwood, Kingston, Midtown, Oakdale, Harriman, and East Central Tennessee. Thank you, Proxy. Alrighty. Yeah, so all these are just still radar indicated warnings. None of them are on the ground according to the NWS, and radar doesn't show any CCs, but some of them are far from the radar. A little surprised that one's not tornado warning in Kentucky, though. Shows on both radar sites of potentially strong rotation south of Richmond, Kentucky. Yeah, the main risk is starting to decrease, but we're still at a really decent threat right now. I expected it to go down towards 7 o'clock, but yeah, no, it didn't. It did not. Still multiple areas of rotation here. Multiple things to keep an eye on. I actually new SPC outlook in 10 minutes. Man, we went through those 2 hours fast. Very, very fast. We started getting very, very active. For once, Dixie did not bust on a 10 sig. Exactly. I'm surprised. I'm quite surprised. I'm quite surprised it didn't. Is GR Earth back? I need GR Earth, man. GR Earth is a vital thing. No. I wonder if it's ever going to come back for me. Man. Now I got to do those stanky way trying to get the outlook early. I can't just leave it up on GR Earth. Zero ZH triple R is rendering in now. That's going to render into tomorrow's threat. Yay! We got a threat tomorrow. Chance for a warm front tornado out here in my area pointing east. I don't know if I'm going to end up chasing tomorrow. I'm going to be so exhausted. I'm going to have to take a few days off. Like I said, I have a busy weekend ahead too, so I'm going to need a little while off after all this coverage. Thankfully, things are going to be dying down. After today, there's no notable tornado threat in sight. So now we're going to wait for the SPC's outlook for today. Their new one at 9 o'clock. All right. Yeah, so these are all in radar holes. This one going towards Kingston could try to produce a tornado pretty soon. All right, they did keep it enhanced. In a shocking turn of event. No, I'm just kidding. I really expected them to. My main question will be, did they keep the 45% wind? Oh my goodness, that's such a tiny little 10 sig. Look at it. Little tiny 10 sig. Northeast Alabama, Northwest Georgia. Decent sized in Southeast Tennessee. Hail probabilities drop down to 15%, non-sig. Wind probabilities not yet in. Now tornado warning list for this storm in northeastern Alabama. Let's go. Different story for the one in Scottsboro. So hold on, I gotta do my manual beep again. There you go. Manual beep again because GR Earth's broken. So Scottsboro, Langston, Rainsville, Powell. You guys are all inside a new tornado warning for the next 51 minutes. You are inside that tornado warning for 51 minutes. Wait, hold on. I think I need a new beep. I do. Hold on, we gotta do another beep. There you go. Another tornado warning. This is for Crab Orchard. This warning right here just got issued. Because we're going to lose one in 5 minutes, so they had to extend a new one for 50 minutes for this region. Get lucky on and have him do the AI voice. Man. What was the best gracious day? All of them. They're all the best. What do you mean? Hey, what if I do this? I'm repeating the beep noise in my on audio. I wonder if I should unmute it. It'll just be unlimited beeps. Okay, I should probably stop looping that. All right. So quiet here now, like silent. Yep. I mean, there's still some rain over ya. There's still some rain. Oh, April 2nd had to be a very, very, very plentiful, gracious day amount. Same for March 14th. Both of them. Still gonna watch this storm to try to produce a tornado. You keep an eye on that little airy rotation there. GR Earth, you back? I gotta go see GR Earth. Is it back? No. It won't connect to the servers. Failed. 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 Failed, 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 failed. It's failing. Let me see. You have one more round of storms pushing through right now, and then after that, yeah, you're good. But they shouldn't be significant, so you could just go to sleep now. We're not expecting much out of them. Little area rotation here, trying to drop a tornado in north central Indiana. Very weak, though. Moving towards Sheridan, central Indiana. By the way, here is the wind probabilities. They've maintained a 30% wind. No longer 45%. And it's still non-sig. To me, 90 wind reports doesn't verify a 45% wind, in my opinion. Because we've had a 30% wind with like 1,000 wind reports before. Of course, that overperforms. Man, still can't believe Reed got inside of a tornado today. Full blown inside of it with a window down and everything. He had a piece of corn in his car. Piece of corn, man. Imagine that. Corn flying through the windshield. Of course, that's because the windshield was down, or the window, rather, was down. The window was down. If the window was up, there ain't no way. There's no way corn would have gotten through a that strong of a window. That thing's custom made. Two hours left on that watch. 60 minutes, 4 hours. Yeah, these are still going to go well into the overnight hours. Main thing I want to wait for is to see what the 0Z HRRR has. Pretty sure I got to do another manual beep for that tornado warning. Yeah, the 0Z HRRR says the tornado threat still could continue in southeast Tennessee. That's the main area. Still an isolated tornado somewhere in Alabama or Mississippi for the rest of the night being possible. And then nothing but rain showers after midnight Eastern. Yep, I need to do a manual beep, I'm pretty sure. Yep. There you go. One beep. So that's a new tornado warning for this storm here. Spencer and Crab Orchard. You've been under like 4 tornado warnings today. Let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. You've been under 4. That's your 4th one. Really? Another one? Where? Louisiana? Hold on. There you go. Warning for Louisiana. A little area rotation there for Rock Hill, Prospect, Sims in Louisiana. Miss the AI voice. Let's hope it will be back on the next live stream. Let's hope it will come back. My real life name, TRG. Even if I say my real life name, I still want to be known as TRG. Like Lucky still calls me TRG, I still call him Lucky. So there's still a little area rotation there, moving to the northeast. An Alex? Oh my goodness, thank goodness I'm not named Alex. I mean, what? There's nothing wrong with being named Alex. Do I even know an Alex? I can't even think of anyone named Alex. Alex. The only one I can think of is Alex from Minecraft. That's the only Alex I know. Tornado on the ground here in Scottsboro section. Going towards Powell and Rainsville in northeastern Alabama. Confirmed by emergency management. Now that was another warning. Where was that at? Where the heck was that one at? Oh, there it is. You need another beep. So that's a new tornado warning north of Pikeville, Kentucky, or not Kentucky, Tennessee. Whenever I see Pikeville, I instantly think Kentucky because we all know who lives there. But that's Pikeville, Tennessee. Pikeville, Tennessee, and that tornado warning. Just barely on the northern side. Barely. Like maybe a few houses within Pikeville, Tennessee on that warning. But that is outside of Pikeville, Tennessee. Like downtown, if you are in downtown Pikeville, Tennessee, you're outside of that warning. It's on the far northern side of Pikeville, if not north of Pikeville. Quite well north of Pikeville in Tennessee for that new warning. I ain't saying if y'all have said it yet. I ain't saying. My name is definitely not Chase, though. I can tell you that. I wish my name was Chase, honestly. Yeah, my name's Lucky. You got me. You got me. Still some good rotation on this storm over Flat Rock. Could be tornadic. We'll see if they warn it. Yeah, I'm a freaking map, Sam. I'm a freaking atlas. You know me. I'm an atlas, man. Let's go. I'm a map. DRGG? Bill? I wish. I wish. I wish. I'm a dollar bill. I'll give you a name reveal at... when? I'll give you a name reveal when I hit 20 trillion subscribers. 20 trillion subscribers. I will give you a name reveal. Still watching the areas of rotation over Flat Rock. They don't look that that weak. They could try to drop tornadoes currently unwarned, so do want to watch them pretty closely just in case. Still multiple good areas of rotation all inside this bunch of tornado warnings here. We're at 8 tornado warnings because we have so many. We have 5 tornado warnings in this area. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warnings in this whole area. We have a radar indicated one out here for New Hope, and then still observed according to the National Weather Service due to emergency management reporting a tornado. And then we do have the one back out here in Louisiana for a prospect. TRG stands for Timothy Richard Gabriel. It's totally what it stands for. Alright, there's a new warning. And that is for one of the storms I was talking about. So this one is for Dayton, Decatur, and East Central Tennessee. Now we have 6 warnings here. All right, let's see. GR Earth, please. Are you back? Nope. No GR Earth still. Well, we're just gonna wait, see if see what this stuff does over a little longer here. Still an observed tornado warning here for 33 more minutes out of this area. Generally this region, so tornadoes should be on the ground, if it is still on the ground, around Langston. No longer any tornado warnings active from northwest Alabama all the way back down into northeastern Louisiana. No more warnings there. Still a tornado warning here for 18 more minutes over the Magnolia Park for 18 more minutes there. Rotation's weakened, really. It is really weakened. And this rotation over Fairview still is present, but not really strong. Not weak, but not strong. Still a mess of tornado warnings here in Tennessee. That's where like half of our warnings are right now. Apparently another tornado warning. Yep. That's going to be in northwest Georgia for this storm. You'll see that reappear here in just a second. All right, there you go. So there's a new tornado warning south of Trenton in northwest Georgia. Radar indicated there. Pretty good area of rotation. So it's worth the warning here for the National Weather Service in Peachtree, Georgia. But Huntsville, Alabama decided not to issue a warning for it yet. And it's about to get outside of Alabama. Let's see, V. I don't think those storms are going to hit you again. So there's still going to be some rain behind it, but you should be good after this hits you. Yeah, you should be good after this hits you. Guess my name. Let's see. I think I'm Timothy. Let's see here. Let's go back to GR2. Yeah, this threat's still continuing. Still seeing multiple tornado warnings here. Our list is still pretty full. Very full. 9 tornado warnings. Dude. Crazy. Where are there 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's still literally like 4 or 5 in here. I think there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, there's 5. Still over half of our warnings are in this one area. That's crazy, dude. And they still look like they're trying to rotate. As the cold front hits those, they should start to die out, most likely. That will be here in the next hour. New mesoscale discussion. A tornado, wind threat, and large hail threat will continue across portions of the southern Appalachians for the next several hours. A strong tornado will also be possible. Let's see. Strong tornado threat will be focused with any discrete storms. Yep, and then instability will fade off here quickly. Really, it should be fading off now. Let me go check our new meso analysis. Not really. We're still at like 2,000 in Southeast Tennessee. So that new mesoscale discussion, let me go ahead and show you guys where it's located since we don't have GR Earth to show you. There you go. Tornado threat to be maximized next hour across both of those areas. I'll highlight that a little bit better for you. So that's where your threat will be maximized over the next hour. Yeah, guess V's name. Everyone try to guess V's name. Let's see. I have no idea. There's so many names. Victoria? Wow. V for Victoria. Yeah, Rango got it. Wow. Good job, Rango. I guess I should have started with all the V names like Rango was doing. Instead, I just wasn't thinking at all. It's like, what in the world? I have no idea. I had no idea. TRG's Victor. That's right. I'm Victor the villain from Despicable Me. I'm Victor. Alright, H-R is in range to where it should fire my supercells. It's at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Where's the fart gun, bro? No, that's the minions. That's Gru. They're on Gru's team. Legacy, I don't know your name, Legacy. Have no idea, Legacy. Pete, don't know yours either, Pete. No idea. Pete. I have no idea. Wonder what Ben's name could be. Yeah, these are still rotating, but I mean, I'm not very concerned about them at the moment. Still an observed warning there for Scottsboro. Pouring down right now, some good lightning. There you go, Sam. Yep, you're definitely getting heavy rain. Very heavy rain, few lightning bolts. The silent lightning. And H-R doesn't initiate tomorrow's Jover. I think our overall threat from here on out is going to very much be dying out now. Instability is starting to decrease rapidly. We're down to just one significant severe and still 6 tornado warnings. Still 6 warnings. Still observed for Woodville. 7 miles southeast of Scottsboro, tornado on the ground. Did I say southeast or southwest? Southeast of Scottsboro. Yep, that puts it right here. So there's a tornado on the ground in this area. No longer a warning there in Louisiana. No longer a tornado warning in Louisiana. So this whole area that you see here, even all the way back down into Louisiana, no warnings active. Ryan, yep. One of the most common names in the weather community. Ryan, Chris, and probably Ryan and Chris. Those are the two I see so much. And maybe Corey. Ryan, Chris, Corey. I see a lot of Ryans, Chris's, and Corey's. Oh, new warning. That's a new warning for Fairview. Deer Head Cove. What a name. In northeastern Alabama. See if GR Earth is back. Nope. Let me look up the error. Let's see here. I don't know if that's just going to fix itself there. I might have to end up like trying to update it or something. Let's see. It might be on my end though, Ben. I might have to try to refresh it. So it could be on my end. Here, you know what I'm gonna try to update it. See if I can try to update it. Update. All right, let's see. Nope. Nothing. I'll turn off my computer tonight, and I might have to just try to reinstall it tomorrow. Reinstall GR Earth. I don't know what this is going to show, so I'm going to have to quickly black out my screen again. Hold on a moment. All right. Still an observed warning there for Scottsboro. All right. Good night, Proxy. Thanks for tuning in. I'll keep you guys updated on the community post when I'll be live next, but it probably won't be till at least Saturday. What's today? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's 4 days, yeah. I probably won't be live till like Saturday. A lot of our tornado warnings expire here in 7 minutes. Or not 7 minutes, my bad. 14 minutes. Good night, V. Thank you for tuning in. Now, a lot of this stuff is just maintaining at 60 mile an hour winds. 14 severes now. Only one significant. We used to be down to 0. One significant now for hail in Louisiana. Quite large hail possible there. It feels weird not having to stream tomorrow. After so many live streams. Feels weird to not have to live stream tomorrow. I'm going to try to fix GR Earth tomorrow. See if I can fix that. It might be something to do with my subscription. That's what I'm thinking. And if it is, then I might have to try to like wait till my subscription runs out for the monthly, and then maybe try to resubscribe, get a different ID or something. I don't know. I don't know. So you're on summer break now, aren't you, Legacy? You're on summer break. Wow. That is early. That is very, very early. Wait. So they made your last day on a Monday? That's horrible. They made you do, like, was there exams today? Oh, yeah, today is Tuesday. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Legacy. I'm telling you, it's going by too fast. These streams Dude. The days have soared right by. HRRR doesn't initiate tomorrow, but there is a chance I still chase. Because it's a very, very... For Virginia, it is a volatile environment for Virginia. Because if something gets on that warm front, there's a chance it could produce a strong tornado. But it's way too conditional for them to have anything more than a 2% right now. So I'll see if the NAM3K initiates it at 0Z. The 0Z NAM3K comes in here in like 20 minutes or so. Highly conditional, Sam. Highly, highly conditional. Very conditional. Extremely conditional. All right, well, we're probably going to get ready to wrap it up here. There's still 7 tornado warnings, 1 observed, 16 severes, but I'm exhausted. It's 9 o'clock. I want to go do a few things. And like I said, I'll see you guys probably Saturday. I'll let you guys know sometime in the community post if I'll go live Saturday or not. Because it's not guaranteed that I stream Saturday. I'll find out. I'll find out eventually. I just know I'm tired. I know I need a break. And I know if this outbreak sequence lasted one more day, I wouldn't have been able to stay live. There's no way I would have been able to do another full outbreak live stream. Say tomorrow is like moderate or something. There's no way I would have been able to do it. So, yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. The notification bell set to all. Hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. I don't know if I've even said that one time in this live stream, so I appreciate everyone for hitting that like button. Almost 150 likes. And about 10 new subscribers today, so that's 10 more subscribers closer to 10,000. We will likely hit that probably sometime in late June, because I'm going to need a break for a few days here in May. I need a good break. Tomorrow, like I said, conditional tornado threat in North Carolina, Virginia. That's it. That's it in the U.S. Not much outside that. And then day 3, there is a chance for some severe weather in Texas on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, but it shouldn't be anything notable. If Saturday does look like a severe threat, we might do severe coverage. We'll just figure it out once we get there. But yeah, I'm gonna go go get some stuff done. I'm gonna enjoy a few days off from all this weather activity. It has been a wild stretch. Just real quick, let me give you guys some statistics before I go. Just some statistics here that you guys have helped me hit over the last 7 days. Over the last 7 days, we've reached over 45,000 people. You guys have watched more than 5,000 hours of this channel. We've gained a minimum of 250 subscribers. So we've reached tens of thousands of people over the last few days. That is the last 7 days, which is this entire outbreak stretch. That's from last Tuesday all the way till today. So over 45,000 views, about 5,000 hours watched. and over 250 subscribers. Sunday looks concerning. Man, shut up. No more severe weather. We're done. We're done. It's over. Get me out of this active stretch. I'm done. You're in Northeast Tennessee and Johnson City, Tennessee, so you guys probably won't get much other than heavy rain and some isolated 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds tonight. You should be relatively good. But thank you, mods from on chat. Thank you, everybody, just simply for being here. I really appreciate it. Apologies for ending a little bit early. I mean, we still have 7 tornado warnings and 16 severe, so that's still a lot. But that should go down significantly over the next hour. It's just I have some stuff I want to get done before 10 o'clock. And if you look at time, Eastern time, it is currently 9:40. So I'm cutting it very close to things that I want to get done here. So I appreciate the mods for Mon Chat. I appreciate everyone for just simply being here. I greatly appreciate it. Stay weather aware if you are in the slight remaining area. If you look in the background, I'll pause it really quick just so you know where to stay weather aware. So see where that orange and yellow area is. Stay weather aware in that region. So that goes all the way back down to Louisiana, up towards Kentucky, back into western NC, and especially on that eastern half of the orange area from central Alabama back up into eastern Tennessee. Over the next hour will be the peak threat, and after the next hour, things are going to rapidly decrease. We've lost all daytime heating. Instability is rapidly decreasing, so by the time we get to 11 p.m. Eastern, the severe threat should be extremely low. Due to just we're rapidly going to start losing that instability. So once again, appreciate everybody for tuning in. I hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday night. I will see you guys probably on Saturday. If not, I will keep you updated in the community post just to let you know when the next live stream will be. I'm going to be doing research on the hurricane season over the next 4 to 5 days whilst I take that break. And that video will maybe be out sometime in early June. We will have to see. Something around there, sometime around like early June. Let's see. New tornado warning. It is still an observed warning. Wow, so still a tornado on the ground by broadcast media. Let's see, near Scottsboro, Alabama. But yeah, that's going to be it for this live stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your Tuesday night. Stay safe, watch severe weather, and I'll see you guys sometime on Saturday. If not, I'll let you know in the community post. Have a great rest of your night. Bye. Stay safe. Have a great rest of your Tuesday night. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you much for on chat. Good.